What's up, freaks? Actually, Daphne, you were second. At least it shows it on my screen. Almost. Anyways, this is day 6. The dogs are still kind of sleeping. I don't know what they're doing, but anyways, the electricians are out here today. At some point, they have to turn off the power, so hopefully it's not during this. This is about close to 4 hours. So let's get started right now. And by the way, anybody out there in Florida and Georgia, Louisiana, all those places, be safe. Be safe. It's crazy.
Would that have been your next visit with the Rosenbaums and Millie Place and Laila Daniel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell me what you recall about that visit?
Just came in, spoke with Miss Rosenbaum, spoke with the girls, just checking in, seeing how they were doing.
And how were the girls doing?
On that visit, they seemed to be doing good.
Were there any injuries at that time?
If I'm not mistaken, that was when Millie had the scratch on her forehead.
Would it help you to review your records to be certain about what happened at that visit?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Tab.
Okay.
Did you notate any injuries to either of the children on September the 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
And who had an injury?
That would be Laila.
And where was that injury on Laila?
It was a small bruise on her wrist.
And did you inquire about how she received that bruise?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you learn? Let me ask you, who did you ask the question to?
I spoke with Miss Rosenbaum.
And what did Miss Rosenbaum tell you?
That it was an incident that occurred while in daycare.
And at that point, were you aware that the girls were in daycare?
During that time, yes, we had spoke about children being in daycare.
And to your knowledge, what daycare were they attending on September the 2nd of 2015?
Bethany. It was a church called Bethany Christian, I believe.
Was that the same daycare that she had given you the name of on August the 5th?
Originally in August, I believe it was Ola.
So Ola was August the 5th of 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in September the 2nd, what school were they attending according to Ms. Rosenbaum?
Bethany Christian, I think is the name of the church.
And after you, during that visit, did you follow up with the daycare as to the injury that occurred to Laila during her time there?
I had called the school to follow up. Well, by the time I had called them, they say that they were not there. They weren't attending that daycare.
And I'm showing you, if a family is sending a child to daycare, how is that paid for?
It depends on the family's situation. Some people are approved for CAPS where the state will take care of the daycare. But if they're able to pay for it, then they pay for it out of pocket.
As a caseworker, are you aware of whether or not the Rosenbaums had CAPS?
They were not approved for CAPS.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's marked state number 214. Do you recognize states 214?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
Their denial letter.
The state would ask the states exhibit 214 be admitted into evidence.
214 submitted.
Thank you. So to your knowledge, were the Rosenbaums approved or denied for assistance?
They were denied for assistance.
Did you have any conversations, since they weren't receiving CAPS, how they were paying for daycare?
No, ma'am.
But the state was not paying.
Correct.
Now, I asked you in regards to the daycare, do you recall when it was that you followed up with the daycare in regards to the girls' enrollment?
It was the 6th of October.
And tell me, what did you do on the 6th of October?
I called the number given to me. I called to check and see, well, for one, how the girls were doing in daycare with it being a new daycare, and to inquire about the incident that was explained to me by Ms. Rosenbaum.
And what did you learn on October the 6th about the daycare and the incident?
That they were not enrolled at that school.
When you received the information that they were not enrolled in the school, did you ever follow up with the Rosenbaums?
Yes, after speaking with them, I contacted her, letting her know that they were saying that the kids were not enrolled and asking if they were currently enrolled in daycare.
And what was her response?
That they weren't enrolled due to missing information from me.
And is that the recollection of your conversation with her on the 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she give you any other information about the girls and their daycare?
That currently, I think after that point, they weren't in daycare and they had arranged their schedules to where one of them would be at home with them.
During the time that the girls were in daycare, either at Ola or Bethany Baptist, did you ever receive any, enrollment or registration from those schools?
I don't remember receiving an enrollment paper or a letter.
Do you recall having any conversation with Ms. Rosenbaum about their registration or enrollment?
At one point, she did say that they were enrolled in a daycare, but however, the process wasn't able to be completed because of missing birth certificate.
And show you this, hopefully to help refresh your recollection as to that conversation, just the highlight area, not reading it. Well, let me ask you, do you recall whether or not you had any conversation about enrollment and report cards with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you recall what date that was?
That was, I'm not mistaken, that was in October.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the date by looking at a document?
Yes, ma'am. September.
Does that help you as regards to the date?
Yes, ma'am.
And what date was that?
That one was in September.
As far as report card or enrollment from?
That would have been from Bethany at that point because she was changing it to Bethany.
So the initial was Ola and then they changed to Bethany?
Yes, ma'am.
So in September, what was your understanding as to which daycare they were attending?
Bethany.
Bethany, okay. So I want to make sure I get it right. August the 5th, they were enrolled in Ola, and then in September, they were enrolled in Bethany Baptist.
Correct.
Did you ever receive that registration paperwork or report card from Bethany Baptist?
I honestly don't remember.
Did you follow up with Bethany Baptist in regards to the girls' attendance?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you find?
That they were not enrolled.
So if they were not enrolled, would you have received a report card from Bethany Baptist?
No, ma'am.
To your understanding, since the girls were not enrolled in daycare, who would be providing care for them?
I'm either Mr. or Mrs. Rosenbaum.
Was Ms. Rosenbaum working during this time?
She was in school, but she was also interning, I believe.
So when she would be at school, to your understanding, who would be watching the children?
Mr. Rosenbaum.
If she was interning, who would be watching the children?
Mr. Rosenbaum.
And was Mr. Rosenbaum working during that time?
Yes.
And if he was at work, who would be watching the children?
Miss Rosenbaum.
And was Mr. Rosenbaum in school during that time?
I don't remember if he was in school. I think he was just working.
Outside of Ola Academy and Bethany Baptist, were you ever providing any other names of possible daycares that Millie Place and Laila Daniel were attending?
None that I remember.
When was your next visit with, let me ask you, on September the 2nd, did that complete your visit with the Rosenbaums?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall anything else from that visit with the defendants on September the 2nd?
No, ma'am.
When was the next visit that you had with the Rosenbaums?
The next home visit, it will be in October.
And what happened during that visit? Let me ask you, in between September the 2nd and October, did you have any communication with either one of the defendants?
Yeah, we communicated often.
Do you recall, is there anything in particular that y'all communicated about prior to you having that visit on October the 16th?
me and my sister, like, she would check in, so we would speak often. I can't.
If not,
Just
that's
nothing
fine.
that I remember, nothing out the way.
Between that time, what are you doing? Do you ever have the conversation with your supervisor, Tamara Warner?
Yes, we would speak daily.
And when you would talk to Ms. Warner, was there ever a time when you would, I guess, go over your caseload?
Yes, we had staffing days.
How often would those staffing days occur?
Once a month.
And who would be, I guess, present during those staffing days?
It would just be me and her.
And what happened after you staffed, I guess, your cases with Ms. Warner?
Well, it depends on the case, really, if anything needs to be done, anything that I may not have completed or something extra that she would want to be done, but it's mostly updating her on all of my caseloads.
And once you've given her an update, did you memorialize that in any way, or would she memorialize it anyway? Document it.
Yes, ma'am.
And how would that be documented?
She would document it in Shines.
And would there be documentation in regards to the girls in counseling?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what that documentation would have been, particularly in September?
With that, at that time, she would probably put like whether or not they were in counseling or that they had counseling, how it was going. Kind of just depends on what was going on that month.
And do you recall in September what the status was of counseling with the girls?
If I'm not mistaken, I don't believe they were still in counseling.
And during this time between September and October the 16th, do you have any communication with any of the biological family members?
During which time?
Between September and October the 16th?
I believe so. Communication could become sporadic between the biological parents. But I believe I did have contact with them during that time.
Do you remember which ones? And if your records are there, if you need to look through it to help refresh your recollection, you can.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
I don't see any contacts in this.
No,
would
not
not
here,
find me.
Tom?
No, ma'am.
Tell me about your visit on October the 16th.
Is it okay?
Do you need to look at the records
Yes,
to help
ma'am.
refresh your recollection about that visit on October the 16th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can. And where would that visit have taken place?
It would be in the home.
And who was present during the times when you would have home visits?
Majority of the time, it would just be Miss Rosenbaum.
Do you recall on September the 2nd whether or not Mr. Rosenbaum was present during that home visit?
All right. And no, he wasn't present.
Okay. In October the 16th, what happened during that visit?
The usual, come in, speak with Miss Rosenbaum, speak with Millie. You know, I had the girls in their room. This is when we were discussing gymnastics.
And what was the discussion about gymnastics?
That you had wanted to put them into gymnastics.
Were they going to be put in gymnastics, or were they already taking gymnastics, according to Ms. Rosenbaum?
At this time, I believe she had already put them in gymnastics.
And when you say they, who are you talking about?
Millie and Laila.
So to your knowledge, on October the 16th, both girls were in gymnastics.
Yes, ma'am.
And that information came from who?
Miss Rosenbaum.
Do you know, does DFACS pay for activities for the kids if they're in foster care?
Sometimes they will pay for the activities.
Was the Rosenbaums receiving any funds in order to pay for gymnastics for the girls?
No, ma'am.
Had there been any, I guess, inquiry about receiving funds?
That possibly could have been discussed when we were discussing them actually going into gymnastics, because she would have to have gotten approval for them to be put in gymnastics.
She would have to have what?
Approval.
Okay. And did she have approval?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she ever receive funds? Did they ever receive funds for Millie and Laila to attend gymnastics?
I don't believe so.
At any point, had Millie's name been changed to Millie Rosenbaum?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever once ask about where they were attending gymnastics?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were they attending?
I don't recall the name. It wasn't far. It was in Henry County.
During that visit, did you notice any injuries or bruises to the girls?
During that visit?
Yes.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Do you recall what time that visit was when you went out on October the 16th?
I'm not sure of the
If
exact
you
time.
need If you need to look to recall, that's fine. While you're looking for that, did you notice, was Laila up and walking around at all during your visit on the 16th? Let me ask you a better question. Unless you
I'm sorry, by that point, I believe so. And it was in the morning at 9:30.
Okay. Did Ms. Rosenbaum mention that she was having any issues, speaking of Laila, with either of her legs that day?
No, ma'am.
Prior to October the 16th, when was the last visit either girl had with Peggy Banks?
If I'm not mistaken, they had just had a visit when I went to go see them that day.
When you say just what, are we talking about 2 days, 1 week?
That weekend.
The weekend of the 16th?
Before the 16th. I saw them on the
Prior to the
16th, and they
16th.
had just had a visit the weekend before.
After that visit, was there ever mentioned by the defendants that Laila had fallen or hurt herself while at Peggy Banks' house?
I don't remember having that conversation. I'm not sure.
Did the girls appear to be fine to you when you visited on October the 16th?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
After October the 16th, when is the next time you had communication with the defendants?
It probably been like later on that week.
And what was the purpose of that communication?
If I'm not mistaken, it was due to injury that occurred.
An injury to
to Laila.
Okay. And what was your understanding as to what had occurred?
She had hurt herself while at gymnastics.
And who gave you this information?
Miss Rosenbaum.
After receiving that information, what did you do, if anything?
Well, we just text back and forth. She was letting me know what happened. She was keeping me updated. Once I received the information, I contacted my supervisor to let her know to see if there was anything either myself or Ms. Rosenbaum needed to do further other than just going to the doctor.
And can you tell me exactly what she said about how Laila hurt her leg at gymnastics?
She just said that she had hurt her leg while at gymnastics and they went to the ER.
Did she ever mention that the girls were outside playing in the front yard and that's how Laila's leg was hurt?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever mention that Laila had fallen in a hole at Peggy Banks' house and that's how her leg got hurt?
I remember that story, but as far as for her leg, that it was injured while at gymnastics.
And you said that you reported it to your supervisor.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And did you do anything else?
Well, we talked that night, and it was like so we would discuss it more in the morning. We talked about it first thing that morning. She wasn't sure of what else we needed to do, past her going to the ER and seeing what the doctor recommended. So we went to, I believe we went and spoke to our admin, but she wasn't there. So we went over to the CPS side to see if there was anything else that we needed to do as far as a report or just document, or because we weren't sure.
Did you have to make a report or document that in any way?
Document, yes, that part we were sure of, but there was a form that we had to fill out.
Did you fill that form out?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know whatever happened to that form?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Did you ever do any investigation with the gymnastics school in regards to the injury that had occurred, according to the defendants, at their location? Bless you.
No, I did go to the gymnastics building. I went to one of Millie practices. I didn't investigate. I kind of just stood back and watched everybody's interaction and everything, seeing what would be said. I try not to make myself known when I go to one of the child's events.
So did you ask anyone at the gym about this alleged incident that caused Laila to break her leg at Gym Tech?
I didn't.
And you said that they went to the emergency rooms. How, with foster kids, how is medical treatment paid for? Do you know?
It's paid through their insurance.
And who's their insurance?
Amira Group.
Okay. And is that Medicaid?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what day that was when you went out to the gym to see Millie?
I'm not sure of the exact day, but It was still in October, like towards the end of October, I believe.
Do you recall whether or not, what treatment was given to Laila as a result of the injury?
That night they put a soft cast on, but then she would have to go in. They had to make an actual appointment to have a hard cast put on.
And did that in fact happen?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went out to Gym Tech to watch Millie's class, where was Laila?
Laila was at the house.
So she didn't.
She wasn't there.
She wasn't there. Did you ever observe or see Laila with her cast on?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And when was that?
They had came by the office, and I had also seen her in the home.
Did you notice any other bruises or injuries to her during the time that you saw her with her cast on?
Not that I remember. Yeah.
Did you get updates from the defendants as to how she was doing with the cast on?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What would they tell you?
That she was doing okay. That of course she didn't like it, and that she was having some trouble getting around with it on.
Were there any reports of any additional injuries as a result of her having the cast on?
They did say that she had slipped on the steps with it.
That would have been during the time, do you recall when it was in the beginning, in the middle, or the end of her having that cast on?
That was, it was like kind of like in the middle towards the end.
So she received the cast in October.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when it was removed?
I don't remember the exact date of when it was removed. I want to say that it was in November.
So in between October, when she got the cast, in November, when did you get phone calls or reports of her falling down the stairs with the cast on? Was it 2 weeks before she got the cast on, or off, a week before?
I don't remember exactly, but I know it was prior to her having the cast taken off.
Okay. After the incident with the cast, when is the next time that you have a visit with the defendants?
That would be November 2nd.
In between October the 16th and November the 2nd, were there any visits with the biological family?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were those visits with?
They were still being done with the mother and the father.
They were having visits?
I do believe they were visiting at that time.
Would that be notated in your records?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would it help to look at that to refresh your recollection as to when they would have visits?
Okay. Yes.
After October the 16th.
After the 16th. Just from what I have, Mr. Daniel, I met with him on the 22nd and scheduled a visit for him that weekend.
To your knowledge, did that visit ever occur?
I believe so. I don't remember that visit being canceled.
In regards to Tessa Daniel, did she have any visits during that time?
I believe so. This is a mixture of different counties.
Okay.
So I don't have any canceled, but I believe so.
Did you ever have any conversation with Ms. Daniel in regards to visitation with her daughters?
Did I conversate with who?
Tessa Daniels, the biological mother.
We did. We would speak about visits. I would ask her how visits were going. The most I got from her in complaints while she was present was the phone calls at night.
The visits with the biological parents, if there were any, were those being supervised or unsupervised?
They were still supervised.
At any point, if there had been a visit, do you recall receiving complaints from the defendants about the girls coming back from those visits with bruises or injuries at all?
Not that I recall.
And I was asking you about your next visit. When was that?
November 2nd.
And tell me about that visit.
It was still just a regular visit. I know Laila, I did not see, well, I saw her, but I didn't actually visit with her. She was asleep.
What does that mean? You didn't
What do you
actually
mean?
see her.
Oh, I mean, like, I saw her, but, like, I didn't wake her up. I didn't remove any of her clothing or anything.
Okay. Why not?
Because she was asleep. They've been having some issues with getting her to sleep.
Where did you get that information from?
Miss Rosenbaum, they said she was having issues with teeth coming in, so she'd been really upset, hadn't been sleeping a whole lot.
And how old was Laila at that time?
Laila was, she was still just 1.
In 2015?
No, she was getting ready to be 1.
In 2015, are you certain about that?
Or did she come in at 1?
Would it help you to look at a document to
she was
refresh your
1.
recollection as to her age?
That's fine. She was 1. So she was 1. She was getting ready to be 2.
So, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
As to her date of birth?
Oh, you wanted her date of birth?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you asked how old she was. I'm sorry.
Well, that's how we can figure out how old she is.
Oh, so she was 2.
Oh, thank you. So, did you undress her at all after being told that she was having trouble for sleeping due to her teeth coming in?
No, I did not.
Okay. So, would you be able to tell whether or not she had any injuries or bruisings on her?
No, ma'am.
Was she when you saw her, was she clothed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let's talk about Millie. Did you examine Millie?
I did not.
You did not examine Millie?
No.
Okay. Did you notice any injuries or bruising to Millie on that November the 2nd visit?
No, ma'am.
If you could look at would it help you to refresh your recollection if you looked at your visit from that day on November the 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can look at it. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were there any marks, bruises, or injuries to Millie on your November the 2nd visit?
With Millie, she had a small red mark under her eye.
And did you ask about how that happened?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And who did you ask?
I'm asking Miss Rosenbaum.
And did she tell you what happened?
Yeah, she said that she had fell while she was in the tub.
Did you discuss that issue with her at all?
With who?
With Miss Rosenbaum?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What did you tell her, if anything?
Well, we just discussed what happened. That she had stepped away for just a moment, and that Lily had slipped while she was in the tub. That the water wasn't high, so there wasn't a fear of her drowning or anything like that.
Did you discuss any other issues in regards to the girls with the Rosenbaum? Let me ask you, were both the defendants present that day, or was it just Miss Rosenbaum?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was just Miss Rosenbaum.
Okay. Did you discuss any other issues at that time on that November 2nd visit?
Well, during this visit, we had also had the forensic that day, so it was also discussed that Mr.
I'm just going to go into, did you discuss whether or not there was issues, with Millie lying?
I don't remember having that discussion, and I don't have anything down, so I don't remember.
Were there any behavioral issues that were noted or discussed or brought to your attention during that November 2nd visit?
Only about Laila. She was still having some aggression.
And was there a discussion about how to handle that?
Honestly, it was just to be patient with her, continue the supervision, and watching her, because that was an issue. That was an ongoing issue.
And when you say Laila having aggression issues, what was your understanding as to those aggression issues?
The same that they were before. Laila sometimes could become physical with her sister, mostly, but this, like I said, that had been ongoing.
During those times when she may become physical with Millie, was there any concerns or any indication that Millie was seriously injured at all?
No, ma'am.
Any broken bones?
No, ma'am.
After November the 2nd, do you have any more home visits or any visits with the defendants and the girls?
No official visits, but like I said, she was stopped by the office.
When is the next time that you had contact with the defendants in regards to Millie Place and Laila Daniel?
That would be the day that Laila passed away.
How were you informed about Layla's death?
Well, I was informed by the doctor.
You said the doctor. How did you end up talking with the doctor?
I went to the hospital.
How did you know to go to the hospital?
I was contacted by Miss Rosenbaum.
And what did she tell you that caused you to go to the hospital?
She said that Laila had been choking. She had stopped breathing. She couldn't dislodge what was in her throat, and that she had called the ambulance.
Did she say whether or not she was ever able to dislodge whatever she alleged was in Laila's throat?
No, ma'am.
Where was she when she called you, if you know?
You said where was she?
Yes.
I believe she was at home. Well, I assume she was at home.
Where was the defendant, Joseph Rosenbaum?
I'm not sure where he was. I don't think he was there.
After she called you, what did you do?
I called my supervisor to see if I had permission to go to the hospital.
And did you go to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened when you got to the hospital?
Once I got to the hospital, they put us in a, I don't know, it was like a little side room. And that's when the doctor came in and he spoke with me and informed me that she had passed away.
Was Miss Rosenbaum or Joseph Rosenbaum present at that time?
Miss Rosenbaum was present. Mr. Rosenbaum, he was on his way.
Were you in the same room with the defendant, Jennifer Rosenbaum, when the doctor informed you that Laila had passed away?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you both at the same time?
No, he had pulled me out of the room.
Okay. So after he pulled you out of the room and told you that Laila passed away, what did you do?
Honestly, I went back in and I confronted her with the information that he had gave me.
What did you tell her?
That, well, for one, that she had passed away and that she had several bruises on her lower half.
And what was her response?
I honestly just remember her crying. And she seemed to just be in shock. She didn't say anything about it. She was crying majority of the time.
Did she give you any explanation for those bruises?
No, ma'am.
When she was talking to you about trying to get the obstruction out of Laila's throat, did she tell you how she tried to do that?
I remember saying she was, hitting her on the back.
Did she tell you anything else that she did?
That's what I remember. I remember her saying, she tried to hit her on the back. I don't remember if she said she tried CPR or not. But I remember her saying she was patting her on the back, trying to get it to come up.
After talking with her, what did you do?
After that, honestly, we were in the room. By that point, I had one of my coworkers with me, and at that point, I just took Millie's clothes off and I checked her from head to toe, and she had a bruise on. I'm not sure what side it was, but on her hip.
And where were you when you undressed Millie?
We were still in the room, in the little side room that they had put us in.
And where was the defendant?
She was still there.
Was she?
I believe she was. I think she was still there.
Was she in the same room with you where you were undressing Millie?
Yes.
And you said you saw some bruises. States exhibit number 78 is behind you. Is that one of the bruises that you saw, Millie?
Yes.
And states exhibit number 80. Is that the bruising that you saw on Millie?
Yes, ma'am.
After you saw that bruising on Millie, what did you do?
Honestly, at that point, I had just started crying. And so my coworker took Millie out of the room and took her outside. And by that point, CPS was there and I was instructed to go home.
Did you ever get any explanation as to those bruises on Millie?
Millie stated that this is before Ms. Rosenbaum said anything, but Millie stated that she had fell while at gymnastics.
And do you remember what day it was that you went to view gymnastics with Millie?
Like I said, I'm honestly not sure of the exact date. I know it was after Laila had injured her leg, so it was in between that time. I'm not sure of the exact day.
Okay. And did you lose your job as a result of this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time. Well, let me ask you, are you being sued civilly as a result of this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that still ongoing?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Good morning, Ms. White.
Good morning.
My name is Corinne Marlin. I just have a number of questions I'd like to ask you.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, just talking about what you just talked about with Ms. Young, do you recall writing a statement at the time that on the next day? Do you recall writing a statement for police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that statement, isn't it true that you said you undressed Millie in private and you spoke with Millie in private?
For when, ma'am?
For when you viewed her at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
You did view her in private, and you did speak to her in private, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's just go back a little bit. What was the plan for this family of Millie and Laila? What was their plan? Was it reunification, non-reunification, or both?
They had a concurrent plan.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means we were still working the reunification plan, and we also had a plan for for termination of parental rights.
Okay, now why did you have a plan for termination of parental rights?
Because at this time, we still were not able to get the parents to complete the case plan. The parents were kind of in and out.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say, Ms. White, that as far as Tessa Daniel, she did visitation once and then didn't show up anymore, correct?
I don't think it was just once. She had a couple of visits with them, but there was a period of time where I was unable to get in contact with her.
And there also was a period of time where she was in jail, isn't that correct?
I believe so. Honestly, not certain.
Isn't it true that she was in jail from September 22nd, 2015 to October 15th, 2015?
I'm not sure of the dates, but I do remember that she had been locked up.
Would it help you to look at a document?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Was she in fact incarcerated September 22nd to October 15th of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there were other times between July and November where you just couldn't find her. She was out there, but you couldn't find her, right?
Correct.
You would go out to the house and there would be signs on the door
Yes, ma'am.
saying, "Do not knock."
Yes, ma'am.
And you would go and knock and nobody would answer.
Correct.
You would call and the phone would be disconnected.
Possibly, I don't remember if it was disconnected, but I know I would call. I wouldn't be able to get in contact with her.
Now, non-reunification involved the girls having a permanent home through adoption, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, termination of rights was the offing was going to happen sometime in November of 2015, correct?
We hadn't started the process of terminating their rights.
You hadn't started the process.
No, ma'am.
But it was being looked at.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you look for relative placement for these children?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the problem with relative placement?
No one, either they didn't want to or they were unable to take both girls.
And with regards to the relatives, did you check with biological family?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check with any references that the biological family gave you? Anybody that they said their friends would be willing to take it, or distant relatives?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Now, you initially came on the case when the children were in Loretta Brown's custody,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And at that time, you did not see any bruises or cuts, correct?
Correct.
But then you saw the girls May 12th at the Lamberts, and there were concerns because Millie gets very upset and Layla's begun to hit and pull hair, correct?
Correct.
And you saw, you were told by Miss Lambert, at one point, you were shown the pictures that Miss Lambert showed you about the girls having marks on them.
Yes, ma'am.
And the pictures that you saw, you conferred with your supervisor, correct?
Correct.
And you both decided, you looked at it and decided that the bruises or the marks were healing or had already healed, correct?
I don't remember exactly what we discussed, but we did go over it.
And decided that there was nothing that rose to the level of abuse, correct?
Correct.
And that in fact, some of these marks were healing marks.
Like I said, I don't remember
Don't
all of what
remember
we
that.
discussed, but we didn't believe it was abuse.
Now, you didn't take any pictures of the girls at the Lambert's house, did you?
Correct.
And the bruises, the marks that she saw, you took note of them, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked to Ms. Rosenbaum about it,
Yes, ma'am.
and you talked to Ms. Lambert about it.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Lambert felt it was a matter of lack of supervision,
Correct.
not watching the kids while they were playing.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's fair to say these girls were rough and tumble and active little girls, weren't they?
Millie was, yes.
And Laila was also very active, and she got around, didn't she?
Yeah, when she was able to, yes.
Okay. And when children bite other children or pull hair, what is likely to happen in your experience? If a little boy pulls a little girl's hair, what's likely to happen? Is it not likely that a child will be bitten back or hit back by another child?
Oh, sometimes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many children were at the Lambert's house?
Honestly, I don't remember how many children were at her home. But I do know she had other kids in care in her home.
Would 12 seem like too many? Or would 12 be about right?
No, 12 would be too many.
Okay. How many would there be? If you don't know, just say you
I mean,
don't
I
know.
honestly don't know how many children she had in her home.
Miss Lambert never told you she was concerned that Jennifer was abusing the children, did she?
Correct.
And you saw them on August 5th, 2015. You talked about seeing them at the Rosenbaums, and Millie had a scratch on her forehead.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
And you inquired, and you looked at that mark on her forehead.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a scratch.
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't a bruise.
Correct.
It wasn't a cut.
Yes, ma'am.
It was the type of scratch you get from falling down, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you looked at it and determined that this was the normal type of injury that active kids get into, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, there was ointment and a Band-Aid on it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You, in fact, on August 5th, 15, found that the Rosenbaums were doing a good job. Isn't that true?
Yes,
You wrote in
ma'am.
your statement that.
Yes, ma'am.
And the girls and Jennifer had a girls' day with manicures, pizza, and a movie, right?
I remember the pizza and the movie part.
Now, you visited the home and you found everything to be in order, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you. What I've marked as 129 and see if you can identify that.
This is inside of their home. This is the living room. Like the living room and like leading up to the kitchen.
Okay. And when you say it's their home, you're talking about the Rosenbaums?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would tender 129 into the record and ask if I may publish. Now, that is a set of steps that are in the living room, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then there's another set of stairway, isn't there?
Yes, ma'am.
The stairway to the second floor.
Yes, ma'am.
Lights will come back up. Now, during the period of time from July until November, you visited quite often. Isn't
Yes,
that fair
ma'am.
to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wrote reports on those visits, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you said that the girls remained in contact with their families, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that Jennifer did a good job with the girls to ensure that the girls remained in contact with their family.
Yes, ma'am.
And you noted that she keeps the biological mother updated when she can.
Yes, ma'am.
and that she provides pictures constantly, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She even sent you pictures, didn't she?
Yes, ma'am.
On 9/2, you saw the children and noticed that the girls were doing well. Laila had a small bruise, you say, on her right wrist.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say she had a small bruise, how small are we talking about? Like a penny? Smaller?
Honestly, not sure.
You don't remember?
No, ma'am.
You didn't take a picture?
No, ma'am.
You didn't think it was worth taking a picture?
No, ma'am.
It was this type of injury that normally happens in the course of a child's life, correct? Active child's life.
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't the type of injury that rises to the level of abuse, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's talk just briefly about Ola Academy. Wasn't Ola Academy what where Jennifer wanted to put the kids, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She wanted to put them there, but was unable to because it's a private school, correct?
I'm not sure if it's a private school, but
But it required payment, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And CAPS would not pay, right?
Correct.
And so she didn't go to Ola because of that, isn't that correct?
I guess so. Yes, ma'am.
Now, she told you about the children were going to go to Bethany Baptist. She also tell you that the children were a turning point, that they're going to change in churches. Do you recall that?
Honestly, not sure.
Okay, but it's possible.
It's possible. I'm just honestly, I'm not sure.
Now, did Tessa ever voice concerns with you about Mr. and Mrs. Rosenbaum having the children?
No, ma'am.
In fact, she was saying, she testified in court that she saw the girls all the time and received pictures from Jennifer, didn't she?
I remember her testifying in court.
Be sure you would see if this refreshes your recollection.
Okay.
Does that
But
refresh your recollection?
that I remember. That's the thing. I don't remember anything in court, but I do know that she sent pictures to Miss Tessa.
And that Tessa was seeing, whenever she could, she was seeing the children, whenever she wasn't in jail or wasn't
Correct.
just not being around. Now, you also said that during this time, the girls were hugging on the Rosenbaums and hugging on the Rosenbaum dogs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They also loved playing in their room, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me about the room.
It's a normal child room. They had bunk beds, toys.
TV.
Yeah, it was like a regular kids room.
It was a regular kids' room, but it was fully outfitted, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's not like they just moved in, just the girls, there already was stuff there.
Yes,
wasn't it?
ma'am.
And you wrote that the Rosenbaums appeared to have a sincere desire for long-term placement for Millie and Laila, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they appeared to greatly love the children, is what you wrote.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you saw Millie, she was very excited to tell you about all the things she had done, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were going places all the time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They went to the zoo, they went to Hilton Head, do you recall that?
Honestly, I don't remember. I know that they often went places like to, little festivals, the zoo, stuff around the city. They were doing things all the time.
Do you recall getting Jennifer seeking permission to go to Hilton Head with the kids for a summer weekend?
Honestly,
You know,
a lot of this stuff was a long time ago.
okay. And you wrote that Laila was becoming even more interactive with the Rosenbaums than she had been before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She was saying more words every day? Every
Yeah,
time you saw her, she
yeah,
was saying more words?
She was starting to say more words. Yes, ma'am.
And Jennifer was working with her on her words and putting them together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you noted that the girls are adjusting well and do great in the home.
Yes, ma'am.
You noted that the children were comfortable in the home, comfortable moving around.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you yourself saw.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, isn't it true that every time you saw the girls, you would undress Laila?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jennifer was aware that you came monthly and that you would undress Laila, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ever see anything on Laila or on Millie that said abuse to you?
No, ma'am.
You noted in September that Millie was very excited. She told you she'd baked brownies and was with a friend of Miss Jennifer's was there as well. Do you remember her telling
Possibly.
you about the brownies?
Possibly. She was often excited about stuff.
Okay. And when she was often excited about stuff when she was with the Rosenbaums, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you what I put tab on here and see if this helps refresh your recollection about the brownies.
She's asking anything that she said she could not recall.
She did say about the brownies she didn't remember.
Wait, so that issue, that's fine.
So I can
You
come
take a
back.
look and see.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Millie excited to tell you about the brownies she had baked?
Yes, ma'am.
She told you about going to Six Flags and riding roller coasters, didn't she?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And you wrote that the girls were seen by a therapist, right? At some point when they were at the Rosenbaums, you said the children were seen by a therapist. Do you recall that?
They were seen by a therapist.
They were. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember their therapist.
Now, you also remember writing that Laila was able to use the tablet to do certain things, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They had an iPad that both girls used.
I don't know if it was iPad, but they had like a tablet that they would play on.
And in October, you visited again and saw no signs of maltreatment, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said no marks or bruises, and the Rosenbaums are still working on hitting with Laila, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that she was improving.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said no marks or bruises on the bodies, correct?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And you also said the girls are well fed, no imminent threat of harm, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Children ever tell you, when you were talking to Millie privately, they don't put any food in our bodies? Did she ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever tell you, I'm not getting enough to eat?
No, ma'am.
Did Laila ever indicate to you she wasn't getting enough to eat?
No, ma'am.
Did Millie ever say Layla's not getting food?
No, ma'am.
Now, Millie told you she loved gymnastics and she was learning how to do cartwheels.
I don't remember cartwheels, but I do remember she enjoyed going to gymnastics.
Do you remember her saying she likes to do cartwheels?
That's possible. But, I mean, I'm honestly not sure, but that's possible. She was enjoying gymnastics.
Okay. She told you she also helps Laila do exercises when they are at home.
Yes, ma'am.
They did that out in the front yard.
I don't know if it was out in the front yard. When I was there, they were inside.
And you saw them do it. She told you that she did.
Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
Millie.
Told you that she did it.
Yes, ma'am.
They did exercises. And she was very excited to tell you about her birthday in October, right?
Yes, ma'am.
At Noah's Ark.
No, me and her talked about her birthday. I believe it was with her grandmother, or her great-grandmother.
Her great-grandmother. Her great-grandmother took her to lunch, right?
Yes.
But she also had a birthday party at Noah's Ark, didn't she? That Miss Jennifer put together.
I know she had a birthday party. I don't remember if it was at Noah's Ark or not. I'm not sure about that, but I know they did give her a birthday party.
And you asked Millie how she likes living with the Rosenbaums, and she said that Miss Rosenbaum, she liked Miss Rosenbaum. Miss Rosenbaum was nice to her.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, each time you visited, you talked privately with Millie.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Millie ever say, you know, Miss Jennifer drinks and then pulls Laila up the stairs?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever say, Mr. Rosenbaum hit me on the back or beat me on the back?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever tell you that Mrs. Rosenbaum need her?
No, ma'am.
She ever say to you, you know, my arm hurts?
No, ma'am.
Either girl ever show you their arm and say it hurts, or give any indication of that?
No, ma'am.
Now, on October 22nd, you were notified in the evening by Jennifer that Laila had broken her leg, right?
Could you repeat that for me?
I said you were notified in the evening by Jennifer that Laila had broken her leg.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And did you talk to any doctors or nurses about that?
Yes, ma'am.
You called and talked to the doctor at the emergency room, Hudson Bridge.
Correct. I'm not sure if it was doctor, but I did call and speak with someone.
Okay. And you specifically asked the doctor if there were any signs of abuse.
Yes, ma'am.
And you satisfied yourself that there were no signs of abuse, correct?
Correct.
You felt comfortable because you talked to the doctor himself, correct?
I spoke with someone there. Yes, ma'am.
But what they told you made you feel comfortable.
Correct.
Now, in November, the leg was still in a cast and there were no signs of abuse, no bruises or markings, correct?
When I saw them, no, ma'am.
Now, didn't you also on November 2nd undress Laila? Didn't you tell Miss Roberson that you undressed Laila?
When I spoke with who?
Miss Roberson, Misha Roberson, defects investigation?
I do not know who that is.
You don't remember?
No.
Do you
I don't remember
remember
speaking to
telling-
that person.
Do you remember telling anybody that you did take the clothes off of Laila on the 2nd?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall?
No, ma'am.
You recall telling investigators that the bruising you saw at the hospital you did not see it prior on November 2nd.
Correct.
The bruising that you saw at the hospital on Laila or Millie, you did not see on November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked with Ms. Young about the hitting the head on the faucet. Now, you looked at her head and there was no bruising, right?
Correct.
And the scratch, it was a small scratch, and Millie said it didn't hurt, right?
It wasn't a scratch. It was like literally like a red mark
A red
under
mark.
her eye.
So it didn't break skin.
Correct.
And she had sensitive eyes, didn't she? I mean, they would get red easily.
Not that I remember.
Okay. But Millie told you that it didn't hurt, right? When you asked her about isn't it true that Millie said it didn't hurt?
Yeah, I remember her telling me she was okay.
Okay. Let me see if this refreshes your recollection about that.
I don't think she said she didn't remember anything.
She did. She said she talked about not remembering whether it was whether Millie said that she was hurt or not.
She said that
No,
she did not.
I didn't hear that. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, but well, to answer your question,
So-
I said that she said that she.
1 second, please. So you withdraw the question.
No, I'm going to ask it a different way, if I may, Your Honor, because I've got a different answer.
Okay, let me just inquire. It's just a little after 10:30. We'd like to take a 15-minute break right about now. Is this a good stopping?
Yes, yes.
We're going to take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
not sure when I'm supposed to leave or not leave.
Or whatever.
Okay.
15-minute break.
Okay.
And the reason for that is she was unavailable, correct? And it wasn't because Miss Jennifer did anything to prevent visits, did she? Correct. Okay. In fact, in September and October, we know she was unavailable because she was in jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that you mentioned earlier with Miss Young that Anthony Daniel was visiting, that he was doing visits?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it in fact true that Anthony Daniel, from June 11th, 2014 to September 11th,
Which one?
Anthony Daniel, isn't it true that he couldn't have done visitations because he was incarcerated from June 11th, 2014 to September 11th, 2015?
I'm not sure of those exact dates, but I do know that he was in jail while the girls were in care.
See if this helps refresh your recollection. You need to look at both pages.
Okay. I don't even know what this is.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, but I see the dates on there.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that the time that you couldn't undress Laila and see her body was on November 2nd because of tooth problems, because of molars coming into her gums, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it in fact true that it was in October that her molars were coming in, isn't it?
Honestly, not sure.
Okay. Take a look at this and see if you have some fresh recollection as to when Miss Jennifer told you that the molars were coming in and that's why she was sleeping on the couch.
She was never sleeping on it.
Well, laying on the couch.
She was laying on it.
She wasn't laying on the couch, okay?
No, ma'am.
What was she doing, running around? I thought you said that she was not, that you couldn't undress her in
She was
November.
asleep. But
She was asleep.
She was in the bed. She wasn't
She wasn't on the couch, she
No,
was in the
ma'am.
bed. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that the molars coming in and her being in the bed was in October of 2015?
No, ma'am. I mean, we discussed her molars.
But did you not discuss them in October?
Correct. That's when we discussed it.
Okay. So in November, you did undress Laila because it was in November, in October, that she was having the molars coming in, correct?
Correct. That's when we discussed the molars.
Okay. Now, I'd asked you earlier about South Carolina, and you said that you did not know anything about them going on visit to South Carolina.
That's not what I said. I said I did not remember that conversation.
Okay, well, let me see if I can refresh your recollection.
That's fine. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they go to South Carolina?
Once again, I honestly don't remember that trip.
You don't remember it?
No, ma'am.
Did your notes reflect that they were going on a trip to South Carolina?
Yes, they were planning on going on a trip.
Okay. And that it was for a mini vacation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we had talked briefly about the girls, and isn't it correct, Ms. White, that you had said the girls were sort of rough and tumble, that they played hard and could be aggressive? Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember talking about the girls being active.
And do you recall that Millie had a forensic interview. She had several during the course of this July to October, November period. Do you recall what she said in her forensic interview with regards to Mr. Rosenbaum?
I don't remember her saying anything just about him, but that she enjoyed being in the home.
And didn't she in fact say that he was good to she and Laila? Mr. Rosenbaum was good to she and Laila?
Once again, I don't remember her saying anything specific about anyone, but that she did enjoy being in the home.
Okay. When you spoke to the doctor about the broken leg, isn't it true, Ms. White, I'm sorry, isn't it true that the doctor said it was consistent with falling in a hole and then falling in gymnastics?
No, ma'am.
It's not, that's not what he said.
I honestly don't remember that. We discussed the hard cast having to be put on and that she should heal normally. So I did ask about the healing process with her being so young.
So you don't remember saying that?
Correct.
No. With regards to Peggy Banks, there was a great deal of controversy about Miss Banks, wasn't there?
I don't remember there being controversy.
Okay. Was there
about
not
her.
complaints at both the Lamberts and the Browns that Millie would come back from visits with her great-grandmother, Peggy Banks, and that she would tell them that she didn't have to mind them? Isn't that true? She misbehaved.
Yes, ma'am. I remember some complaints about that.
Okay, and this
About her
was a
behavior.
problem, I'm sorry.
No, saying I do remember them having complaints about her behavior.
Okay, and this was a problem in the Brown household, in the Lambert household, and then in the Rosenbaum household, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And Millie was originally visiting weekly with her great-grandmother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that eventually changed, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you decided in conjunction with the facts that you were dealing with that she shouldn't have visitation once a week, correct?
That she shouldn't?
That she shouldn't. Didn't there come a time when you changed the visitation to once a month instead of once a week? Because of her continuing to tell Millie she didn't have to mind and Millie misbehaving every visit.
I don't recall that. With her visits being changed, that was to incorporate the parents.
But the parents, as of October, were not in the picture, correct? Did we just establish that?
It was only 2 of the parents, but that was the reason for her visits being changed
Okay.
initially. That was the reason for the visits being changed.
The reason for the visits being changed was because a set of parents was visiting?
But we were trying to incorporate the parents into visitation.
Isn't it true that you ran into problems with Miss Banks telling Millie that if she stayed with the Rosenbaums forever, she won't be able to spend the night with her, correct?
I remember that statement.
You do? And in fact, you felt that this was misinformation on Miss Banks's part, don't you?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay. Did you not say that she was giving false hope to Millie? That Miss Banks was giving false hope to Millie
In regards to what?
in regards to if the Rosenbaums were able to adopt her, she wouldn't be able to spend any time with her grandmother, her great-grandmother.
So are you asking, did I speak to her about that?
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you write in your notes that you felt she was giving false hope to Millie?
I'm not sure exactly what I wrote, but I know we discussed it.
See if this refreshes your recollection.
Okay, that's not what I stated to her.
No,
That was
but
just,
that's what you stated in your notes.
yes, ma'am.
Now, isn't it true that there were problems in all three households, the Browns, the Lamberts, and the Rosenbaums, with Peggy Banks discussing things she shouldn't with Millie? Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt that that was inappropriate, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do about it?
Me and Miss Banks did have a conversation about conversations she would be having with Millie and things that shouldn't be discussed.
And you wrote in your notes that her visits might be put on hold, didn't you?
Possibly. Not sure.
Would it help refresh your recollection to look at your notes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is that refreshes your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told her that her visits might be put on hold if that continued, correct?
That's not what I stated to her.
But you stated that in your notes.
Yes, ma'am.
But is it fair to say you warned her that if it continued, her visits might be put on hold?
Possibly.
Did Miss Banks or Tessa ever call you up and say, my children are being abused in the Rosenbaum home?
No, ma'am.
Neither one of them.
No, ma'am.
And they knew how to communicate with you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she called you at night, in the evening hours, you said that Tessa would call you in the evening hours. You addressed that with her, didn't you?
When who called me?
Tessa. Didn't she call you in the evening hours? You testified earlier that sometimes she called you in the evening. No? She never called you in the evening?
I mean, she would call to get in
Okay,
contact with
that's
me.
what I'm asking. Did she call
That's
in the
fine.
evenings?
She would sometimes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So it wasn't that they didn't know how to get in touch with you, correct?
No, they knew how to get in contact with me.
And you answered the phone, didn't you?
If I could answer the phone, yes, ma'am.
You got back to them, didn't you?
Yes,
If you
ma'am.
couldn't. At some point, visits with Peggy were changed from weekly to every other week because it was felt that Peggy was prompting Millie to misbehave when she returned home. Do you recall writing that in your notes?
I believe so.
In fact, Miss White, Tessa told you she would rather the children were with the Rosenbaums than with family because of the family drug use, correct?
I don't remember her saying for that reason, but I do know that she was okay with them being with the Rosenbaums. I don't remember her saying that exactly.
See if this helps refresh your recollection.
Oh, okay. And with this isn't something that I wrote, but I do, like I said, I had the conversation with Miss Tessa and she was okay with the girls being placed with Miss Rosenbaum.
Because she didn't want the children placed with her family because of drug use, correct?
That's what it says on here, but once again, I didn't write that, so I can't say for sure if that's exactly what she said.
Okay. Now, you were familiar with the home visit that was done of the Rosenbaums,
Of which home visit?
the Rosenbaum home.
Which home visit?
The initial home visit, the home that behavioral folks did, Michael Sheets did
The
the
home evaluation.
home evaluation. You're familiar with it?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that in that home evaluation, it was specifically mentioned that neither Joseph nor Jennifer knew CPR, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have anything in your file that says that these folks were trained in CPR or Heimlich maneuver?
No official document, not that I remember.
You don't have
Nothing that I
anything,
think about. I don't have anything, no.
and you can't refer us to anything where it says that they knew CPR or knew the Heimlich maneuver?
No, ma'am.
Now, when Jennifer called you to tell you that the child went to the hospital, how did her voice sound?
Did she sound scared?
She sound panicked?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was her demeanor when she got to the hospital?
She was upset. She was visibly upset.
And isn't it true you wrote that she was crying? You could hear her crying from the corner of the street, from the hospital to where she was getting out of her car.
Right, we were still on the phone.
Okay, but you could hear her crying.
Yes, ma'am, we were on the phone.
Okay. I'm asking you, Ms. White, maybe I'm not making myself clear. What was her demeanor when she got to the hospital?
She was visibly upset.
And she was crying, wasn't she?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Millie told you that she and Laila were never spanked or hit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you asked Millie, you saw the bruises on Millie, did you state that it did not look like a hit to you? Do you recall stating that it did not look like a hit?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall asking Laila if anyone had hit her? Asking Millie if anyone had hit her or Laila when you were at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall asking her if anyone had hit her or Laila?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was her response?
She said that no one had hit her or her sister.
And in fact, she repeated that no one had hurt her or her sister. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, talking just briefly about Ms. Newman, who was the one who did one of the evaluations, isn't it true that that evaluation was done just as the children were going to the Rosenbaums?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that at the time, Ms. Newman said, you know, the child is very young. I'm going to see if one of my coworkers can work with her.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that isn't it true, Ms. White, that the girls were being referred for therapy and a forensic interview? Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you wrote in your notes that the girls were not around their parents because of lack of contact on the part of the parents?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. White, did Laila or Millie ever tell you anybody was hitting them, spanking them, beating them, or doing anything harmful to them?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Just a few follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Ms. White, no specific question, was Laila verbal?
Not completely, no.
Could she tell you whether or not someone was hitting her?
No, ma'am.
And Millie, when you would ask her about being hit, would that be when you were in the Rosenbaum's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you asked her on November the 17th about those injuries that you saw when you undressed her, when did she tell them that they occurred?
While at gymnastics.
Were you aware that her last day of gymnastics was November the 2nd?
No, ma'am.
So you knew that at the time. Would you have issue with the statement that she gave that they happened at gymnastics?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I just want to back up a little bit, and I know we talked about this therapy thing for a little while. To your knowledge, when the girls were living with the Rosenbaums, were they seeing a counselor or a therapist?
Not that I remember. I know it was initiated. They had the first one, but I know it didn't continue long.
Where did they have that first visit with the therapist? Was that Ms. Candy Newman that you're speaking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would it help you look at the records as to when they had the interaction with Ms. Newman?
That was actually, that was on the 14th of July.
To your knowledge, did they have any more interaction with Ms. Newman after the 14th of July?
She may have seen them once again, but therapy didn't continue.
So, let me ask you, Ms. Mull asked you about having referrals to therapy and to counselors. Is that what you're speaking of when they had initially referrals to therapy and counseling?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that therapy and counseling continue?
No, ma'am.
To your knowledge, would the therapy or counseling that they had interfere with them being able to have visits with their biological family while they were staying with the Rosenbaums?
No, ma'am.
It shouldn't have been a problem
Correct.
due to counseling.
Right.
And then I want to back up and ask you about daycare.
Okay.
On September the 3rd, where were you told the girls were attending daycare?
Bethany.
And let me back up. In regards to September the 2nd, the injury to Laila, where were you told that occurred?
I believe that she had received the injury while she was at daycare from another child.
And to your understanding, what was that daycare?
Bethany.
Was it Turning Point?
I honestly don't remember Turning Point.
Before today, have you heard of the daycare called Turning Point?
Honestly, do not remember. I just think, have I personally heard of?
No, I'm saying prior to today, did the defendants ever tell you that Millie and Laila were attending daycare at Turning Point?
Not that I remember.
What are the daycares that you recall they said that they were attending?
I remember Ola and I remember Bethany.
And did you notate that anywhere in your records?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever notate anything about Turning Point?
Not that I remember.
Do you need to look at your records again?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
No, you never heard of Turning Point from the Rosenbaums about the girls attending it?
No, ma'am.
And what program did they tell you they were attending at Bethany Baptist? What type of program did they tell you they were attending? That Jennifer Rosenbaum told you the girls were attending?
It would be like a part-time.
Do you remember how many days that was?
No, ma'am.
If looking at something, would that help refresh your recollection?
Don't remember noting the days.
Okay, would this help?
Yes, ma'am.
Could that help refresh you? You could do that, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, I don't have the amount of days, just that it was going to be part-time.
And at some point, you called Bethany Baptist.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you find out about the girls being enrolled in?
But they were not.
So when she mentioned on September the 2nd that Laila was hurt or injured at daycare, would that be true based on what you learned about their attendance at daycare? Would that be possible?
No, ma'am.
Now, Ms. Mull asked you about trips. Outside of what the defendants told you about trips, did you ever get any outside proof that they had gone on any trips?
No, it would be a conversation between us because they would have to get approval.
Did you ever
Right.
see any plane tickets, any bus tickets, any train tickets about trips that had the girl's name on it?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever get any pictures from trips to South Dakota or Hilton Head or wherever?
Honestly, do not remember. She would often send pictures. I don't remember receiving photos.
And Ms. Moe talked to you about the girls being happy and excited to be at the Rosenbaums.
Yes,
Were they
ma'am.
happy and excited to be with the Browns?
They were okay at the Browns. They weren't there for a long period of time, but they were doing well there.
Did you ever, in your report, notate any signs of maltreatment when they were with the Browns?
No, ma'am.
How about the Lamberts? How did the girls feel about being with the Lamberts that you were able to observe?
Oh, they were doing good with Miss Lambert.
Did you ever have any signs of maltreatment when they were with Ms. Lambert? Outside of the concern she brought about the defendants.
No, ma'am.
Now, the issue with Layla's leg and when it was broken. Do you know who you spoke to at the hospital?
I'm not sure. I can't remember if it was a doctor or just a nurse, but I remember calling that next morning to call in, see about the hard cast and when that would be put on and the healing process.
Did Ms. Rosenbaum or Joseph Rosenbaum ever voice concerns about paying for how they would pay for this treatment and cast for Layla?
No, ma'am.
Who would pay for that?
Their insurance,
Which was what?
Amerigroup,
Which is who?
Medicaid.
So there wasn't an issue about the defendants having to pay for anything.
Correct.
And Ms. Moe asked you, let me ask you, did you ever hear any complaints or concerns from the Rosenbaums regarding Millie falling off a ladder?
Honestly, I don't remember having a conversation about a ladder.
What about Layla falling off a ladder?
No, ma'am.
Off of chairs on top of beds?
Not that I remember.
When you asked about any injuries to these girls, would it be fair to say it was school or just in playground? Were those what you, I guess, are those the only explanations you got for any injuries you observed on the girls?
No, I didn't get to read.
Response?
I can try to rephrase, Judge.
All right.
You testified that you received, I guess, explanation for injuries from daycare, from bathtub, from, I think, a scratch from a falling pool, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other reasons that you were given as to why these girls may have injuries on them?
No, besides those, it was typically it's like just accidents, but those were usually those were the excuses given to me
And
or the reasonings.
I want to be clear, on November the 2nd, did you undress Layla?
No, ma'am.
So if Layla had bruises on her body, would you have seen them?
No, ma'am.
And in regards to Millie on November the 17th, I think Ms. Moe said you said something about you said it didn't look like a hit to you.
I don't remember saying that.
Are you a doctor?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any training in child abuse? As far as the medical?
No,
What
ma'am.
injuries to look for, what pattern bruising is, do you have any training in that whatsoever?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Nothing.
You stated to Ms. Young, Ms. Brown, Ms. White, you stated to Ms. Young that on the 17th, when you talked to Millie in private about what had happened, she said she fell off gymnastics.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that what she in fact said is that she didn't remember, she said she could have come from falling outside today when she was playing?
I don't remember that.
Well, let me show you a copy of your statement and see if that refreshes your recollection. You remember
Yes.
giving a statement on
Yes,
November
ma'am.
18th?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that your memory on November 18th, 2015 is probably better than your memory today?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a look at this and see if it helps refresh your recollection. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Millie tell you she fell off gymnastic bars? In your statement, did you write that?
No, ma'am.
In your statement, isn't it in fact true that you said that it could have come from falling outside today when she was playing?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall giving the deposition in your civil case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall saying at your deposition that you contacted the church and they said that they had been there, but they didn't remain at that location.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's different than what you said here, that they didn't remain at the location, but you didn't add that they had been at Bethany Church, hadn't they?
I never said they didn't attend.
Okay, so they did attend. At some point in time, they did attend Bethany Baptist Church.
To my understanding.
And in fact, you confirmed that with the church, didn't you?
When I spoke with someone, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you satisfied yourself that they were in daycare at Bethany Baptist,
But they weren't. When I called, that's when they was told that they were not enrolled.
but they told they had been enrolled, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's fair to say that it's possible that something could have happened at daycare or at a birthday party or at church, correct?
It's possible.
And if they moved from one church to another and went to a different church daycare, it's possible that that injury could have occurred at that daycare.
It's possible.
Now, do you recall the forensic interview that Millie gave in May? Do you recall that?
I remember her having one.
Do you recall her saying she didn't like living with the Browns?
Honestly don't
don't
remember.
remember?
No, ma'am. I know she had one, but I don't remember
Okay,
everything she said in that one.
let me just have a moment. It's fair to say, Ms. Brown, that Ms. White, it's fair to say that Miss Peggy Banks never called you and said, my visitation is being held up because of therapy. She never called you and complained about that, did she?
I don't remember having that conversation with her.
She never said to you, why are the children in therapy? She never said that to you, did she?
Honestly, I do not remember.
You don't remember her saying that?
I don't remember having that conversation.
Okay. And isn't it true that Jennifer was not responsible for setting up visitation, was she?
No.
Thank you.
Just one more.
Yes.
As a caseworker, do you try to work around the schedule of the foster parent?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have to talk with the Rosenbaums to determine if their schedule would work for visitation?
Yes, ma'am.
So would they have some input in visitation?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Did they ever cancel visitation? Did the mother ever show up for visitation and the Rosenbaums had pulled out?
Not that I remember.
Nothing further from the section, you may be excused.
All right.
Yes, she was.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down and you're excused.
Okay.
State calls next witness.
State calls Diana Fleming.
Right here, please, ma'am. Right through that gate, on around the side.
Raise your hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can put your hand down and you can take a seat. And ma'am, can you tell us your name for the record and spell it?
It's Diana, D-I-A-N-N-A, Fleming, F-L-E-M-I-N-G,
And Ms. Fleming, how are you currently employed?
with Bethany Baptist Church and Preschool.
And what is your role at Bethany Baptist Church and Preschool?
I'm an office coordinator. I oversee the records for the church and the preschool.
And are you the records custodian for Bethany Baptist Church?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the daycare program. How long has the program itself been in existence?
We're starting our 21st year in August. So we've been, like I said, over 20 years.
Okay. And is this a private daycare program?
It is a private daycare.
And what does that mean?
We're a ministry of Bethany Baptist Church. We offer classes for 2s, 3s, 4s preschool and a mom's morning out program. It is a private. We don't do any kind of scholarships or anything like that. It is a private school.
And how long, for the daycare program specifically, how long are the days for the kids at the daycare program?
It's a half-day program. It's 9 to 12, and then we do offer a lunch bunch from 12 to 1. But we have a religious exemption, so we are only allowed to keep the children 4 hours.
So you don't have any programs that last from the wee hours of the morning into late at night, correct? All right. Now tell me, what ages of children does Bethany Baptist Church have programs for?
We have a Mom's Morning Out program that starts from 9 months to 23 months. It's a 2-day-a-week program. Our preschools, we start at 2 years old, and we have 2, 3, and 4-year-old classes.
Okay. Do you have programs that run for, I think you mentioned the Mom's Day Out is 2 days a week. Do you have other programs that run on specific days of the week?
Other than the
Yes.
preschool, no.
Okay. Now, tell me, how does the schedule work for these preschool programs?
We follow the same calendar as the Henry County school system. We start a week later and we end a week earlier. So we usually start the second week of August.
And is there a fee to attend the daycare program?
Yes, there is.
Now, tell me, how is a child registered for the daycare program?
We do have a registration packet that the parents are required to fill out. Once they fill out the packet, we do have a registration fee because our classes are limited. So it's a first come, first serve. And once you pay that registration fee, then you are actually enrolled in the preschool.
Okay. And so if someone is enrolled in the preschool, do you have a record of that?
Yes, we do.
And what triggers you having a record for someone being in the program?
Actually, once they fill out the registration form and pay the actual fee, they're actually put into the system.
Okay. Now, do you also keep other types of records associated with the daycare program?
Yes, we have hard copies of the records and we have them in our computer system.
What about daily attendance records?
Yes, our teachers all have iPads that the attendance is marked daily. All of our classes have those.
And in 2015, how were the records kept for the daycare program?
Through the attendance on the computer.
Okay. And you said that they were on the computer. How long have they been computerized?
Probably 12 years.
And are these records something that you ordinarily keep during the course of your business?
We do.
Do you regularly keep them, as in, do you do this for every single kid who comes into the daycare program?
Yes, we do.
I want to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 215. Ma'am, do you recognize State's Exhibit 215?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this to be?
These are our attendance records for people listed in our preschool.
Okay. And what time frame are we talking about?
2015-16.
Okay. And are these records that you yourself pulled?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the attendance records from 2015 and 2016?
Yes.
Did you make any modifications, alterations, or deletions to this document?
No.
At this time, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 215. Ma'am, in reviewing these, you said these were the attendance records. Did you look specifically for specific names?
We did.
Were you asked to look for specific names?
Yes.
And I want to ask, when was the first time that you were asked to look in your records for possible attendance records?
2015.
Was it someone from the Department of Children and Family Services?
It was.
And did you look at that time?
I did.
And do you recall the names of the people that you looked for? That's okay. Do you recognize the name Millie Place?
Yes,
And is that a name that you looked for?
I did.
And did you find any evidence that there was any attendance records for Millie Place?
No,
Was there ever a registration record for Millie Place?
no,
I want to ask you about Laila Daniel. Did you also look for that name?
I did.
And was there ever any evidence of Laila Daniel attending Bethany Baptist Church?
No,
And was there ever any record of her registering for Daycare at Bethany Baptist Church?
no,
You were asked to look for some other name combinations as well, correct?
I did.
Did you also look for those using the last name Clendenning?
I did.
Did you find any records of children attending under the last name Clendenning?
No,
Did you also check for Laila Rosenbaum?
yes,
Did you find any records of any attendance for a child by the name of Laila Rosenbaum?
no,
Any registration for a child under that name?
no,
How about Millie Rosenbaum?
no,
I'll ask you both attendance. Did you find any attendance?
no,
And did you find any registration?
no.
Now, you've been there. How long have you specifically been with this particular program?
19 and a half years, be 20 years in February.
And do you remember a lot of the kids that come through that program?
Yes,
All right. Do you have any independent recollection of any children ever being inquiring about daycare at Bethany Baptist Church by any of the names that we just talked about?
no,
Did you ever process any paperwork, whether it was approved or not? Did you ever process any paperwork associated with those names?
no,
And what we're looking at in States 215, you said this was the attendance records of the children who attended.
right.
And can you just put it up here?
Well, it's the parents' names and the children. I ran it both ways.
Okay. So you ran, and this is for date range beginning when, and it's behind you if you want to look. Do you see the date range?
Yes.
And what's the date range?
August 2015 to May 27, 2016.
And in these attendance records, you did not find any of the names that we've already discussed, correct?
No.
You said you also ran it under the parents' names, correct?
That's correct.
And what names, was that Jennifer Rosenbaum
Right.
and Joseph Rosenbaum?
It was.
In any of the records that you reviewed, did you find any indication of them registering any children?
No, not in our records.
Is there ever any indication that the Rosenbaums ever even attended Bethany Baptist Church at all?
I didn't find any written record of that.
Prior to the Department of Children and Family Services contacting you, had you ever heard the names of Jennifer or Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
Now, if a child had attended, in order for a child to attend any daycare class, do they have to be approved?
Yes.
So the registration paperwork must be completed, correct?
Right.
Is there ever a situation where a child is allowed to attend daycare prior to the registration being completed?
No.
Is this a situation where parents can just drop their kids off for the day?
No. We have a secure building, so they do have to go through the registration process. The first day of school, we actually take a picture of the child just so that our staff will know, can put those two together. And then the parents are actually given security tags. So when they pick them up, they have to show us that. If not, it's just a security feature.
Are you aware, and I know that we've discussed that Laila and Millie, per the records, weren't there. Were you ever aware of a person by the name of Laila Daniel ever getting into a fight with another child at the daycare program?
No.
Now, are there ever situations where you require, let me ask you this. Is a birth certificate generally required for attendance at Bethany Baptist Church?
No.
Are there ever situations where you may ask for more information?
If during the registration process we notice that it is a foster child or defects is involved, we'll ask for a copy of the temporary guardianship. If there's a divorce custody case, we'll ask for a copy of that just to, for our records, just to make sure that we do have it on file in case a non-custodial parent comes up, or it just depends on what they mark when they register the child.
Okay. And would a birth certificate specifically be required?
No.
So it would be more about the defect paperwork?
Right.
Okay. Do you ever recall in 2015 a situation where a registration was on hold because of birth certificate paperwork?
Not to my knowledge.
I have nothing further at this time.
You don't have any written record of the Rosenbaums coming to your church, is that correct?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
No written record, but people are free to come in and out of your church, correct?
Oh, our church, yes, ma'am. Adults, yes. Children, they have to be checked in securely.
But the Rosenbaums could have come to your church.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
wouldn't necessarily know it.
That's correct.
And interested parents can pick up packets with regards to the child care. They can pick up packets and take them home for review, can't they?
Yes, ma'am, and they're online.
And they're online too.
That's correct.
And they can inquire and learn about how your program operates, can't
Yes,
they?
ma'am.
And they can decide to go somewhere else because their needs are not being met by a half-day program, correct?
That's correct.
And so you wouldn't have any record of that, would you?
No.
And you are not Turning Point Church, are you?
No, ma'am.
That's a different church.
That is a different church.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Just one question. However, if they were actually enrolled in the program, you would have records of that?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay, anything else? Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. And any objections to this being excused?
No.
All right, and you're free to go. Sure. State policy next, please.
State will call Stormy Hendricks.
Wave time if you can. Ocean wave, don't leave me. Surfer, a wave dollar.
Right here, please, ma'am. Just walk all the way through that front gate. Make your way around this way. Through this way. Good.
Ma'am, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth and the whole truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please lower your hand and state your first and last name.
Stormy Hendricks.
And
It's
Ms. I'm sorry.
Did you want me to spell it?
Yes.
STORMYHENDRICKS.
And Ms. Hendricks, how are you employed?
I am the director of Ola Academy
And how long have you been the director of Ola Academy?
since August 12, 2012.
And does part of your duties as the director include being the custodian of the records?
Yes.
Okay. And the records at Ola Academy, how are they kept?
We keep them on a computer, and we also have printable roll sheets that myself or my assistant does, plus my teachers.
Okay. And can you kind of tell us briefly about Ola Academy's program?
Yeah, we have a state-funded program. We also do private pre-K. We have children that attend from 6 weeks to 12 years of age. We do before and after school also.
And is that do you have a full-time program there?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a part-time program?
No, ma'am.
And if a child is enrolled in your program, how many days a week would they be attending?
5 days.
5 days, okay. Do you have programs during the summer months?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that program look like?
It's basically the same. The only thing that is different is our Georgia pre-K students don't attend unless they attend our summer camp program, which is ages 5 to 12.
And how many days a week is that program?
5.
On average, about how many kids do you have at Ola Academy?
An average is about 121 to 125 every day.
Okay. And tell me about the registration process for Ola Academy. How does that work?
You have to come in and get an enrollment package, and you'll pay a registration fee in order before you can actually start, and we go over your paperwork, make sure everything's filled out correctly.
And once you've filled out the paperwork and paid your enrollment fee, what happens with that information?
Everything's inputted into the computer system, and then every week, of course, we print out new roll sheets that show us what new children are coming and all that.
Would your information be on those roll sheets if you have not completed the registration packet or paid a fee?
No.
And in regards, you said you're private funded and state funded.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
does that mean?
Georgia Pre-K is it's state-funded program that every year it runs from August to May. So it's and it's also every student that attends the Georgia Pre-K, also the state has records of who attended and how many days they attend and so forth. Our private Pre-K is our Becca program. It's a little bit more flexible in hour-wise. You can come a little bit later than 8, and you don't have to attend every single day. But Georgia Pre-K, they require you not to miss so many days a week.
So if they're not Georgia Pre-K, but they're on the other side, I guess it's private,
Yes, ma'am.
are they still required to fill out that registration form?
Yes, ma'am.
Can a child attend Ola Academy for any amount of time without filling out that registration form?
No, ma'am.
And once they've done that, are they put into your system?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point in time, were you asked to pull your records in regards to the year 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when you were first asked to do that?
I was asked to do it when, let's see, this is July, so I think it was the end of May
Of this year?
of this year.
Prior to that, do you know whether or not anyone else had inquired about the registration of Millie Place and Laila Daniel at Ola Academy?
No, ma'am.
And did you in fact pull those records?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you what's marked as states number 216. And I asked you to let me know if you recognize
Yes, ma'am.
that. And what is states 216?
This is our actual attendance record where it shows the parents every day that they have to check in, check out. This is started in 2015.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at Ola Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you the person that keeps those records?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd ask the state's exhibit number 216 to get the year to edit.
Minute 216.
Were you asked, what specifically were you asked to look for in regards to these records for 2015?
I was asked to look for the children's name by their last name and also the parent's name.
Do you recall the names that you were given?
I know the little girl's first name was Lila, Lily.
Layla?
Layla,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you recall being given the name of Laila Daniel?
Yes.
Do you recall being given the name of Millie Place?
No.
Do you recall being given the name of Millie Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Do you remember being given the name of Millie Clendenning or Laila Clendenning?
Layla.
Do you recall getting any other names?
No, ma'am.
You said you were also looked up by the parent's name.
Just their last name. Yes, ma'am.
And was that last name Rosenbaum?
Yes, ma'am.
And what date range did you look at for those records?
I looked back from 2015 all the way up to 2018.
Do you remember what month in 2015 you began to look?
June.
Okay. And in pulling those records, did you review them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find any of those names that we've discussed here today?
No, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did a child by any of those names we've discussed ever attend Ola Academy?
No, ma'am.
Did you show any registration for any parent under the name of Jennifer Rosenbaum or Joseph Rosenbaum?
No, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did Jennifer Rosenbaum or Joseph Rosenbaum have children enrolled at Ola Academy at any time?
They didn't.
Where's Ola Academy located?
Highway 81 East, McDonough.
Nothing further, thank you.
Nothing. All right, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break. We're going to come back at 1:30. At 1:30, we'll be back. When you're ready, you can go. Thank you. Okay, everybody have their lunch, welcome back, and let's get started.
State will call Michaela Stone.
Michaela Stone.
You can sit right there. If you could, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth and the whole truth to help you God?
Yes.
Please lower your hand and state and spell your first and last name.
Okay. Michaela Stone, Michaela Stone.
And I ask you to slide up to the mic just a little bit and speak up so we can.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, no problem. And Michaela, are you familiar with Gym Tech?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the business called Gym Tech?
So I worked there for many, many years, part-time during college.
And what type of position did you hold with Gym Tech?
I was a preschool gymnastics coach, so I did like 2-year-olds, 3 and 4-year-olds, and then I'll do summer camp.
Are you familiar with the parent top class?
Yes.
Did you ever teach one of those classes?
Yes, many times.
And were you employed with Gym Tech in 2015?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to be teaching the parent top class in 2015?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the name of Jennifer Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that name?
She actually took 2 of her foster kids to gym tech. So Mila, I think that's her name. Millie, she was in the 4-year-old class. I taught her one time, and then I taught the youngest one time.
Tell me about your interaction with Millie.
So Millie, I just was doing a substitute class basically. So, I don't know really anything about the oldest one at all.
And you said the other child, Laila Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
And you taught her in a class.
Yes.
Was it a class that she was registered to take?
No, she was doing a trial.
And tell me how the trial classes work at Gym Tech. Are you familiar with that?
Yes. So you're supposed to go up and actually fill out a waiver and then come back and do a trial class. And so whenever you do that, you're supposed to be able to go take class, and I'll pretty much stay with the new person the majority of the time and then just do the entire rotation.
In regards to Laila taking this trial class, did you ever receive a waiver for her to be involved in the trial class?
No.
What was the process and procedure as far as the waivers were concerned? Did they have waivers in 2015?
Yes, you just went up there and then you came back and was like, hey, I just filled out a waiver. My kid's good to go.
Okay. And who would they tell that to?
The coaches.
Okay. And did they have to give you the form at all?
Not at the time. Things have changed since.
At the time, it was on what type of system?
Just on honesty.
And did you have the conversation with Ms. Rosenbaum in regards to the waiver about the trial class for Laila?
Correct.
And what did she tell you?
She said that she filled out the waiver prior to starting the class.
At some point, did you learn that to be not true?
I believe she did not do it, but I don't remember.
And during that trial class, what types of activities were you doing?
So the day that she actually had Laila in a class, it was just doing 4 rolls. She did 1 station and then did just 1 station out of the 4 or 2 stations out of the 4 that day.
Prior to that trial class, had you seen Laila at the gym before?
Correct. She would go the same day that her older sister had class, basically.
And when you would see Laila, what would she be doing during those times prior to the trial class?
She would mainly be sitting, she was very quiet in the corner.
And were you aware of how old she was?
Yes, I knew she was 2.
Okay. And had you dealt with a lot of 2-year-olds?
Yes, I've worked with kids a lot.
Did she behave as normal as 2-year-olds that you've worked with before?
Usually 2-year-olds are very hyper and bouncing off the walls, don't stay still, getting into trouble, so she was not like that at all.
Did you ever see her prior to this trial class, ever see her running around or getting out on the floor or getting on any of the equipment at the gym?
No.
Were parents just allowed to run around and let their kids hang out on the floor and get on the mats and different equipment?
No.
Was there supervision that had to be in place during the time?
Hey, I was going to let you guys know in a half hour. Apparently, they're going to let me know. They're going to have to turn off power and label the new breaker box, and then I'll stop streaming. But like I was telling you guys, I should be able to just join. It might only take 15 or 20 minutes or something, and then I would just join back the same stream. But I guess you guys could still be chatting away or whatever. But, if you guys like to help get to that goal, pretty low on the goal today at this time. But there's 2 hours and 10 minutes left. We're a little more than halfway left. So in half hour, they're going to come in, and then I'm going to have to stop streaming here, but the stream will still be active, and then I'll have to reconnect to the internet and then just join the stream again. So there might be a 20-minute delay. All right. So, all right. Well, I guess we'll we'll get there when we get there.
Yes, so a coach had to be out on the floor with them at all times.
And at any time during that class, you said how many stations did you have for the class, that trial class that Laila participated in?
There were supposed to be 4.
And how did she do during that trial class?
She didn't seem like she wanted to do it at all.
And when you say she seemed like she didn't want to do it at all, what did you observe?
She was just tearing up and just didn't seem like she wanted to be out there. So I asked the foster mom if she was okay. And so they ended up sitting down not long after the class started.
When you asked the defendant, Jennifer Rosenbaum, if Laila was okay, did she respond to you?
Yes.
What did she say?
She just said that her actual biological mother did a lot of drugs or something like that. So that's the reason why she has problems.
Had you seen Laila exhibit any signs of what you call problems prior to this trial class?
I just knew that she was really quiet and standoffish.
And did she finish the class?
No.
What happened during the course of the class?
We started off doing a warm-up, and then we usually go to the floor station, and then that station was mainly consisted of just 4 rolls.
And so let's start with the floor work. What type of work were you doing with Laila on the floor?
So there's like a cheese mat, so it's like a downward incline, and so you get up on it, we tell them to tighten their neck, but they're look at their belly button basically, and then do a forward roll, look at their belly button and roll over. And so there's just multiple stations for a 2-year-old. A forward roll is pretty difficult, so we just keep doing the same thing over and over.
Was she able to turn her head and roll down that wedge mat?
Yes, I believe so.
What other activities did she participate in?
That was 4 years ago, so those are the only things that I remember doing is just 4 rolls a day.
And did any of the 4 roll activity that Laila participated in involve being on the beat?
No.
Did it involve being on the bars?
Not that I remember. I don't remember doing any other activities other than the floor station mainly. That's all I remember actually participating in that day with her.
The floor station?
Mm-hmm.
And does the floor station involve any of that equipment that I just talked about?
No balance beam, bars that I can recall.
It doesn't involve those?
Yeah.
Okay. After that class, let me ask you, during that class, out of the 4 stations, how many stations did Laila participate in?
I only remember her doing one that, it was either 1 or 2, but the one that I remember is the floor station. So that is the only one I remember.
During the time that she was participating in this trial class, did she ever fall down at all?
No.
Did she ever appear to injure herself doing any of the things that you had her doing during the trial?
No.
Did you have a discussion, did you notice whether or not she was limping or had any injury prior to starting the class?
No.
Did you have any conversation with the defendant, Jennifer Rosenbaum, about her having any prior experience doing gymnastics?
Yeah, I don't think she ever did anything prior to doing gymnastics. She would take her to the house and work on some positions that we worked on in class during warm-up. That's the only thing that she did, but I don't think she took any other classes prior.
After that trial class, did you see Laila again?
Yes.
When was the next time you saw Laila?
The following, week.
And when you saw her the following week, how did she appear? What did you observe about her?
She had a cast on her.
And did you ask about the cast?
Yes, I asked how it happened, and she said that she was talking to her husband, and her husband noticed that she was limping, and so she took her to the doctor and said that she was a trooper about it. Basically, wasn't upset or anything during the time that she got the cast on.
And when you say she, do you mean the defendant Jennifer Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Did she ever mention that Laila had hurt herself the day during that trial class at Gymnastics?
No.
How did Laila appear when you saw her with the cast?
I don't really remember how she acted whatsoever. So I think I remember asking her, are you okay? How did your cast feel or something like that? Something about the cast, and she didn't say anything back to me.
And where was Laila after you saw her? Was she standing up, sitting down? Did you tell what she was talking about her having this cast?
I don't remember. I just remember her walking in, and then she was walking behind the foster mom. And then I don't know if she sat down or anything after. I don't remember.
Are you familiar with Gymnastics injury report forms back then in 2015?
Yes, if you're ever injured, the coach is supposed to go fill out a waiver and then write down what they observed and how they got actually injured and the treatments for it, and then you're supposed to have the signature of the parent.
Did you ever have to fill out a form in regards to Laila name?
No.
At any point during the time that Laila was in your trial class or at the gym, did you ever leave her and the defendant Jennifer Rosenbaum alone in the matted area where the equipment was, where they would have access without you observing them on the mat?
No, there's a little divider, basically.
Nothing further.
Okay. Awesome.
Questions for you. So things don't always happen according to policy, right?
Correct.
She was supposed to sign a waiver, and you say you don't know whether she did or not.
correct. It was based off of honesty back in the day.
So even if it wasn't allowed to take a trial class without a waiver, it can happen.
I mean, essentially, yes, at the time it could have.
And even if it's not allowed for parents and kids to use apparatus without a coach on the floor, it can happen, can't it?
It could if I'm not out there, but I was definitely out there the entire time. Like, I take my job seriously. I stay out there the entire time with the students, basically.
Some parents arrive early, don't they?
Like, I think I was in school at the time, so I got there pretty early and I would hang out.
And the week after Laila broke her leg was October 26th, isn't that correct?
I'm guessing. I don't remember the exact date, so I have no idea.
Exact date. What's the date of the class that she took with you?
I have no idea. I did like classes throughout the week and my schedule would always change, so I really have no idea. It would just depend on semester to semester of which days I actually coached.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you don't know when it is that this trial class took place?
No, that was 4 years ago.
Would you create a role for kids that were doing a trial class?
I don't remember how I did it then, but now whenever people, like before I quit, essentially, I would actually write the names of the students down and put trial and then the day that they actually trialed. So 4 years ago, I'm not really sure what I did back 4 years ago.
And how, if somebody was doing a trial class, how would you know to put their name on the roll? Yeah, how would you determine whose name to put on the roll for a trial class?
So, like, I mean, now if they came in, like, we have a little, like, sheet of paper that has their name on it, and then we started, like, writing it down.
And after you're done with your role, who would you give that to? Did you keep it or did you do something else?
Yeah, we would keep it in the binders, and then, you know, after, like, a certain period of time, I'm not sure what they actually did with them. I don't know if they kept them. I'm not sure. So,
When you say they, who do you mean?
the owners, so I'm not sure what the owners would do after, like, so many months would go by, because, like, you would keep track of the attendees, basically, like, how long that they've been in it, and then if they haven't done it, you would scratch their name out, basically. So, but every coach was different.
But that would be given to the owners to record how they want.
So,
That would be given to the owners, that list that you.
So, like, yeah, the owners, yes. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But these binders, these were what happened more recently, correct?
No, we still had the binders back in the day because, like, once they started, you had to, like, keep track of who was actually, like, an active participant. And plus, you know, if you have so many students, you need to know their names anyways.
Did you not say to Ms. Young that you don't remember what system was used back then in 2015?
You always had the binders, though. You always kept records, like, if they were...
Did you say you didn't remember?
If I put the trial's name down that day. I knew she took the class, but I don't know if I actually wrote, like, physically her name down in the trial, like, saying that she did the trial class.
Anything else?
Nothing further from the statement.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Any objection to witness being excused?
Nothing from the statement.
Okay. And you're free to go. Statement calls next witness.
Statement called Michelle Flynn.
Michelle Flynn.
Please raise your right hand. You swear from the testimony you're about to give the truth and the whole truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please lower your hand. Please tell me, can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name's Michelle Flynn, Michelle. Last name Flynn, F as in Frank, Linn.
And if you could please tell the ladies and gentlemen how you are employed.
I'm the Deputy Chief Investigator of the Special Victims Unit with the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you held that position?
I've held the position for a little over 2 years.
And what duties do you have as the Chief Investigator with the DeKalb County DA's office?
I oversee investigations for domestic violence and sexual assault, crimes against children, any sexual exploitation of children, as well as juvenile court investigations and all of our elder exploitation financial crimes.
And at some point, as part of your duties, were you requested to assist with the case involving the defendants Jennifer and Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And what requests were made in regards to that particular case?
Specifically to review bank records that we had ordered through subpoena.
And what in particular were you looking for in regards to those records?
I was asked to look for any information on any daycare that may have been purchased or paid for involving Jennifer or Joseph Rosenbaum's accounts, as well as any purchases that would have been made regarding travel at the time, and if there was anything else that stood out to me.
And what records did you receive in order to fulfill this request?
We did a court order for the credit reports of both Jennifer and Joseph Rosenbaum to begin with, and after reviewing their credit report from Equifax, then we are able to take the accounts that are on there and determine exactly which accounts we need to then further subpoena to get those records.
And did you find certain accounts that you subpoenaed?
That is correct.
What accounts did you subpoena records from?
I subpoenaed records from Bank of America, from Citibank, USAA, I believe it was Credit One, First Premier Bank, and Capital One.
And do you recall where you received, what records did you receive from any of those things? Did you receive all of those records you just went over?
No, I did not.
Which records did you in fact receive?
We received records from Bank of America, from Citibank, from USAA, and we received letters from Capital One, First Premier Bank, and the Credit One.
And the letters that you received as to those three accounts you just talked about, were they accompanied with any records?
No, Capital One said they did not have anything on record. I believe Credit One, I'm trying to remember this correctly, Credit One said that they could not comply with the subpoena from out of state because they were not an institution that was in the state of Georgia, and we would have to follow a specific procedure for that. And we decided not to go further with that. First Premier Bank, I had two separate letters from them. One was stating that they did not find any accounts in their names, and another stating that we had to comply with their process in their state as well.
And outside of the bank records, did you receive any other records to review as part of the request for your investigative part of this case?
Yes, Medicaid records, as well as Department of Community Health records.
And did you receive records from the Department of Health?
Yes.
At this time, you're on the state with tender into evidence, States Exhibit 217, with self-authenticating records from the Health Department.
Admitted.
Showing what's been marked and tendered into evidence, States Exhibit number 217. Do you recognize those, and are those the records that you received?
Yes.
And were you asked to look at specific things in regards to those records you received from the Health Department?
Yes.
And what were you asked to look at?
There was specifically a form in there that actually asked whether or not they went to child care or daycare.
And I'm going to start with the first child. Who did you receive records from the Health Department for?
Millie Place and Laila Daniel.
And I'm going to start with Millie Place. And from these records, were you able to determine who took them to this visit and on what date they were there?
Yes.
And which child we're talking about in this particular portion of the record?
This is Millie Clendening.
And on what date was she taken to the Health Department?
On October 22nd, 2015.
And who was she taken by?
This was Jennifer, and it says Jennifer Joseph Rosenbaum.
And as part of those records, was this license included?
Yes, it was.
And who's that one? Whose license is that?
Jennifer Rosenbaum.
And you indicate that you were asked to look at a form. Is this a form that you look at?
Correct.
And specifically the question regarding question number
I believe it's 14, right?
And if you could please, what was that question?
Does your child eat meals provided by a child care center or at school? And it was checked off yes.
And did you look at that same information in regards to Laila?
Yes.
Is that top form?
Correct.
And on what date was she taken?
Also on 10/22/2015,
And who does it indicate was the person that took her to this appointment?
Jennifer Joseph Rosenbaum.
And did you review the same form in regards to Laila?
I did.
And as to question number 14, regarding daycare or at school, what was the indication in regards to meals being provided?
Yes.
And then actually look further up at number 11. What is that question asking?
Check all your child has had in the last month. And it's
And what are the things that are listed?
diarrhea, constipation, vomiting, nausea, difficulty chewing or swallowing, unable to feed self, dental problems, special diet, health or medical problem, food allergy or problem, or none.
And which one was checked out?
None.
And I think you said you received bank records as well.
That's correct.
And what purpose were you reviewing those records for?
I'm sorry?
For what purpose were you reviewing those records? Sorry.
To determine whether or not there was any evidence of daycare that had been purchased or that a payment had been made to a daycare or childcare facility, as well as any travel or medical treatment.
At this time, Judge, the state will tender into evidence States Exhibit 218, which is self-authenticating business records from USAA.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted. Wait. Yes.
I'm showing you what's March States number 218. What records are those?
These are the records we received from USAA.
And who are the holders for those accounts?
Jennifer Michelle Rosenbaum and Joseph M. Rosenbaum.
And did you review those records in regards to the charges that we spoke about?
Yes.
I'll ask you first, in reviewing of those records, did you see any charges for Gymtech?
Yes, I did.
And how many charges for Gymtech did you observe in those records?
I believe there were 3, maybe 4 total. I can look back if you want me to be specific.
Then after this, did
Okay.
you saw, I guess, charges for Gymtech?
Yes, I did.
Did you see charges for travel out of town that appeared to be from out of town?
Yes, I did.
And where was that to?
Specifically, there was some in South Dakota. There was also a small charge in Hilton Head. There was something in Washington.
As far as you indicated you were looking for other types of charges, being specifically daycare,
Correct.
did you find any charges in regards to that account that indicated that appeared to be purchases or payments for daycare?
No, I did not.
Did you see any charges for any vendors or businesses by the name of Ola Academy?
No, I did not.
Did you see any charges in regards to payments for Bethany Baptist Church?
No, I did not.
Did you see any charges in regards to Turning Point Baptist Church?
No, I did not.
And in regards to, that was daycare, those particular records, or you were doing them for other types of charges?
Yes, for medical treatment, to see if there was any medical treatment that appeared on here.
Specifically, did you see any charges, did you see any medical, what appeared to be medical charges for a doctor's office, urgent care, hospital, prescriptions, anything of that nature?
There was only one charge for Quest Diagnostics.
And do you recall what date that was?
I do not.
If you need to review it.
It was on 11/17/2015.
And in reviewing those records, did you see any other anything else that appeared to be for medical purposes?
No, ma'am, not up until the actual date in question, which was November 17th, 2015.
And was that Quest Diagnostic?
Correct.
That you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And this time, state attendant to evidence states exhibit 219, which is self-authenticating business records from the city.
Amen.
And if you could review states exhibit number 219. Do you recognize those as records you received from Citibank?
Yes.
And did you review those as well for the similar type charges that we've been discussing thus far?
Yes, I did.
And once again, did you see charges for the purposes of, that appears to be for the purposes of daycare?
No.
Any charges for Ola Academy, Bethany Baptist, or Turning Point?
No, I did not.
What about for medical treatment?
No.
On any particular date?
No, ma'am.
At this time, state your tender to evidence self-authenticating records from Bank of America, which will be states exhibit 220.
Amen.
If you could review states exhibit 220. And are those the bank's records that you received from Citibank?
From Bank of America.
I'm sorry, Bank of America.
Yes.
And same thing, did you review those charges for daycare and medical treatment?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe anything that appeared to be charges for any type of daycare or any type of medical treatment?
No, ma'am.
And so we talked about the bank records and the Medicaid and the health department records. Did you receive and review any other types of records?
The Medicaid records.
And Judge, at this time, the state will tender into evidence states exhibit 221, which is self-authenticating Medicaid records.
Amen.
And did you receive these in disc form, investigator form?
That's correct.
And were you able to do a printout from those discs?
Yes.
Shown attached to states exhibit 221. Are those the records that you received from Medicaid and then the printouts from those discs?
Yes, it is.
And Who did you receive Medicaid information for?
Both Millie Place and Laila Daniel.
And I'm going to back up just a little bit. When we're talking about daycare, did you receive a request in regards to the locations of Ola Academy and Bethany Baptist?
Yes.
And what was that request?
To drive a route from the defendant's home to the Henry County Courthouse.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
What address were you provided for the defendant's home?
1521 Lincoln Terrace, McDonough.
And is that located in Henry County?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Judge, for demonstrative purposes, would it assist you to look at a map to describe the route that you took from the defendant's home to the Henry County Courthouse?
Yes.
Marking this as State's Exhibit 223. 222, thank you. For demonstrative purposes.
Any objection? For that purpose.
I'm going to attempt to set it up on this easel right here.
Sure.
To the old Salway. So, in State's Exhibit 222, what are we looking at here?
This is a map of the route that I took from the defendant's residence to Henry County Superior Court.
And on the course of that route, what did you pass? And there's a pointer right here.
I passed Ola Academy as I was heading back west, back to Henry County from her residence. That came up on my right, and then Bethany Baptist was just right down from that. This is about a 10-mile drive, about 20 minutes.
And you're saying from the defendant's home to Ola Academy?
No, ma'am. From the residence to the courthouse is about 10 miles total, 20 minutes, but halfway here is about right at the Ola Academy, between Ola and Bethany.
And did you pass both Ola and Bethany Academy as you went from the defendant's house to the courthouse?
Yes, I did.
So this is State's number 2. On today, at this time, the state would be tendering into that evidence States 223, which is a self-authenticating document from Turning Point Church. On today, did you get a request in regards to investigation for Turning Point Church?
Yes, I did.
Let me show you what's been marked to State's Exhibit 223. And what was that request?
To go out to meet with the administrative and finance manager regarding whether or not Millie Place or Laila Daniel may have attended childcare at Turning Point.
And did you receive State's 223 as a result of that request?
Yes, I did.
And is that a letter from Turning Point?
Yes, it is.
I'd ask that.
Any objection? Any default?
And if you can read this letter that you received from Turning Point, and I'll start from the top.
To whom it may concern, Turning Point Church and its children's ministry has never offered a daycare service on Sunday, Saturday, or Monday through Friday. Outside of our weekly Sunday children's service, the only other thing we have ever offered was a summer camp which took place Monday through Friday during the summer months of 2017 and 2018. Our records are only accurate through the last 18 months. Therefore, we have no available record of Laila Daniel or Millie Place attending our Sunday children's services during the months of June to November of 2015.
So according to this record, the Turning Point have had a daycare for Millie Place or Laila Daniel to attend during the months of June to December of 2015.
That they did? I'm sorry.
Yes, would they have had a daycare? For
No, they would not have.
attend?
No.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the Medicaid records that you have.
Mhm.
And in those records, what's provided in those records?
It is a Medicaid claims history is the title of it, but it is basically defining every treatment that has been given to the specific children individually. It's the date of the service, the date that it was paid, the diagnosis code that was given, the doctor that was treating the child, as well as a provider ID and what amount was owed.
And I'm going to start with Millie Place.
Okay.
I'm going to skip down to 2015. Starting in April, and I'm starting at the top. And are those columns describing the different services that you talked, the information that was provided?
Correct.
And so column 1 through 3 is the number and name of the person?
Correct.
And that next column is the claim number?
Yes,
And then the column after that is the date of service column?
that's correct.
And so sliding down to April of 2015. Was there service provided on April 26th of 2015?
Yes, there was.
And what was the service that was provided?
I'm not sure if I can see the exact service, but I can see the diagnosis
What was
or the code.
What's the code?
Acute pharyngitis.
And then the next column, what is it describing?
The number.
No, the column after the number.
The culture screen only, strep A assay with optic, and office/outpatient visit, comma, new.
And then not the column with the numbers, that following column.
I believe that's the doctor's name, Lyra Ratmeyer.
And then we can go down to September. Now you can see like it's small with the dates on there. Are you able to see the dates?
Yes,
September the 26th. Was there a date of service?
yes, there was.
And what was the procedure that was performed on the 26th?
Looks like culture, comma, bacteria, comma, other is for one of them. Another is the strep A assay with optic. And then another that says office/outpatient visit, comma, new.
And who was it provided for that?
Lyra Ratmeyer.
And then moving down to October 12th.
Yes,
And what services were provided? The diagnosis that was in the column?
there's not a diagnosis listed there, but there were multiple,
Yeah, the procedure, there are multiple.
multiple services.
And who was the provider for those?
Kimberly Purcell.
And then after October the 12th, what's the next date that this Medicaid claims show as being used?
October 28th.
And what type of procedure?
I'm looking at the right row. Office/outpatient visit, comma, new.
And who was the provider?
Can you go back over to the other side? Okay, now you can move back that way. Henry County Board of Health, I believe, if I'm reading the correct row.
And then after the October the 28th, what was the next date of service?
November 19th, 2015.
Okay. And what type of procedure was performed for that visit?
Office/outpatient visit, comma, new.
And where was that?
Stephen Leard.
And showing you, are these the same type of records but this time for whom?
For Laila Daniel.
And we'll start with, is there a date of service starting in June?
Yes, on June 13th, 2015.
And what was the procedure for that? What was the diagnosis?
nausea with vomiting,
And what was the, I guess, procedure or services that were provided?
office/outpatient,
And who was the doctor for that?
John Eanes.
And was there a visit after that?
Well, and then the other service on that same date is catheterized for urine specimen, John Eanes.
What's the next date of service?
6/29/2015.
And same thing, what was the diagnosis for that?
Looks like vaccination for DTaP.
And who was the provider for that?
Stephen Leard.
And the next visit after that, or the next usage for the card after 6/29?
10/19/2015.
So in between June of 2015 and October 19th of 2015, was there any use of that Medicaid card?
No, ma'am.
Did there appear to be any use on August the 12th of 2015?
No, ma'am.
What was the service that was provided on October the 19th?
X-ray exam of thigh,
And who was that service provided by?
Laura Patrick.
After October the 19th, what is the next date of service?
October 20th.
And what was the procedure that's listed for that?
Treatment of tibia fracture,
And who was the provider?
Gilbert Duxbury.
And then the next date after the 20th.
October 23rd.
And what was the procedure for that date?
Application of long leg cast,
And the provider?
Charles Coppinger.
And the next date?
10/28.
And what was that procedure?
It says office/outpatient visit.
And the provider for that?
I'm sorry, can you go back over? Henry County Health Department.
And the next date of service?
October 30th.
And what was the procedure for that date?
X-ray exam of lower leg,
And who was the provider for that?
Charles Coppinger.
And the next date of service?
November 13th, 2015.
And what was that procedure for?
X-ray exam of lower leg,
And who was the provider for that?
Charles Coppinger.
And the final date of service?
November 17th, 2015.
And that procedure?
Emergency department visit,
And the provider for that?
Charles Evans. There are others listed as well on that same date.
Does there appear to ever be a date of service for November the 12th?
No, ma'am.
Between October the 30th and November the 13th, are there any dates of service?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time.
Cross.
Good afternoon, I just have a couple of questions. You subpoenaed Bank of America, Citibank, USAA, Credit One, First Premier, and Capital One.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not get any records from, because you did not do an out-of-state subpoena for First Premier and Capital One,
Yes, ma'am. And Credit One.
and Credit One.
Well, I'm sorry. Capital One responded saying they did not have any accounts in those names. So I did get a response from Capital One. First Premier also provided me with a response in one letter saying that they did not have any accounts in those individuals' names, but another response saying they could not comply with our subpoena.
And Credit One said they could not comply with your subpoena.
That's correct.
So we have two entities. And where did you get this information to know to go to Citibank, USAA, Credit One, First Premier, and Capital One?
From the credit report.
Okay. So at some point, they had accounts on the credit report reflecting the fact that they had accounts with these 6 entities.
That's correct.
And you checked all but 2, because you didn't have a subpoena complied with, but you checked all but 2, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't check for cash transactions, did you?
No, ma'am.
So if any payments had been made to Gymnastics or to Daycare by cash, that would not account for it, correct?
It would just show a cash debit.
But you don't have that, do you?
It was in the USAA records. Yes, ma'am.
USAA records for cash debit. But if cash had been used without
Correct.
taking it from a debit account, because it had been taken out of somebody's pocket, you wouldn't know that, would you?
That is correct.
So you don't have any accounts for cash transactions.
No, ma'am.
And it's fair to say that Daycare and Gymtech could have been paid for by cash or through Credit One, correct?
That is correct.
And it's possible that it could have been paid by First Premier or correct?
That is correct.
And you don't have any records of that, do you?
No, ma'am.
want to talk a bit about this Quest Diagnostics. Did you investigate any further?
Yes, I did.
And what was the date of posting of the Quest Diagnostics bill?
The posting, I'd have to look at the records again, but it was actually on November 17th, I
It
believe.
was on November 17th.
Yes,
When
ma'am.
was the Quest Diagnostics treatment received?
I'm not sure. I would have to look at
You
the
have
records.
here?
I have the bank records, yes, ma'am.
Would that help assist you?
Yes. Thank you. It appears it was both posted and done on November 17th, 2015.
Do you have a record of that?
We did subpoena that information. I don't have it right here.
You don't have it right here?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, I can tell you what it was, if that's what you're...
What was it?
A metabolic screening that was done on Jennifer Rosenbaum.
And a metabolic screen is a blood test.
Correct.
And what you saw on Quest is that they had that blood test that day, correct, on November 17th?
I'm just looking at bank records right now, so I don't know. Yes, based on the bank records, it appears that it happened on that particular day, and it was posted on that same day.
Isn't it true that on the bank records, what you're seeing is a posting date and not necessarily a treatment date?
No, ma'am. Over to the right, it usually will tell you the date that it was actually specifically used. And in this particular it says a debit card purchase November 17th, 2015, showing a posting date of November 17th as well.
But that just shows that it was purchased, it was paid for at that time, correct?
Yes, on that specific date.
It was paid for on
And
November
posted.
17th.
Yes.
It doesn't say that the test was performed on November 17th.
No, ma'am.
In fact, this could be a test that occurred in the past and was just being paid on the 17th, correct?
Perhaps, yes.
Let's talk about the Turning Point records. The Turning Point records show that they don't have records past 18 months, correct?
Correct.
And so while they do have Sunday daycare, they don't have records for 2015, correct?
That's correct.
So they were unable to tell you whether Millie and Laila had ever attended, correct?
Right.
Now, these Medicaid records indicate history claims made. If medical treatment was sought and was not paid for by Medicare, that would not be reflected in the Medicaid presentation that you made a little earlier.
If the person chose to use their own money for that,
Yes.
That's correct.
So it would not be reflected.
That's correct.
And in fact, there isn't any, I did not hear you say anything about Piedmont Henry visit for Millie on November 17th, 2015.
Correct.
And she was seen at Piedmont Henry on November 17th, 2015,
I can look at the Medicaid records, but I don't recall that.
because it wasn't there, right?
I don't recall that.
Would it
I'm happy to look at the, yes,
Medicaid records?
I can. Mhm.
Please, do you have them there? Or?
No, ma'am, I don't. I just have the bank records.
See if this assists you.
That is correct. There is not the only treatment is on November 19th, 2015.
But we know from previous testimony that November 17th was a date that she was seen at Piedmont Henry, correct?
I'm not aware of other testimony.
Okay. But you're the investigator on the case.
That's correct.
So you're aware that she was treated at Piedmont Henry on November 17th, 2015.
I actually am not aware of that because that was not something that I actually investigated.
So who did that investigation?
I would assume it would be either Investigator Fleming or maybe even Investigator Lucas.
But suffice it to say that 1117 does not show up on that Medicaid report.
That's correct.
If she was seen on 1117 at Piedmont Henry, then either she paid some different way or it just didn't get registered, correct?
Yes.
Another thing, I turn your attention, if you would, to Laila's doctor's visit on June 29th, 2015.
Okay.
Is there any indication that there was anything other than vaccinations that day?
No, ma'am.
Any indication of injuries, bruises, battering, cuts, scrapes?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, that's all I have.
At this time, the state would ask the court to take judicial notice of calendar months for June 2015, July, August, and October, and November.
Any objection? Okay.
And
We
we'll
made
mark them
court
as
takes
state
judicial notice.
224. Investigator Flynn, did you speak with the folks at Trinity Group?
Yes, I did.
According to the letter that you received in 2015, did they provide daycare during the days of the week, Monday through Friday?
No, they did not.
What day of the week would they provide, I guess, Sunday care?
Correct. Only on Sundays for Sunday services or if there was a special event at the church is what I was told.
So kind of like Sunday school?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm asking you to look to Mark States Exhibit 224 to August the 12th. What day is that? I'm sorry, what day of the week is that?
What day of the week is August 12th?
Yes, ma'am.
Wednesday.
Nothing, sir.
All right, thank you.
Did you ask them about Wednesday nights at Turning Point?
I asked specifically about when childcare services were available.
So you don't know whether Wednesday nights, they have childcare available or not?
She confirmed that only the time they would provide childcare would be on Sundays or if there was a special event at the church.
And so if there was a special event that fell on a Wednesday, then they would have care, correct?
Yes.
Anything else?
Never heard of
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Step down. And you're excused.
Thank you.
State Paul sits with us.
State calls Troy Mitchell.
Troy Mitchell.
You raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter will be the truth, nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
You can put your hand down. Please state your true and correct name for the record.
Troy Mitchell,
Sir, how are you currently employed?
with Henry County 911.
And what do you do with Henry County 911?
I'm a lead dispatcher.
And what does that mean to be a lead dispatcher?
I answer 911 calls, dispatch police, fire, EMS.
And as part of the answering 911 calls, do you, what kind of calls, may sound silly, what kind of calls do you get at the 911 center?
Any type of call.
Do you get medical calls?
Yes.
Do you have training in how to respond to medical calls?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes you're required to talk people through different types of medical procedures on those calls.
Yes, sir. We are EMD certified.
And what does that mean?
Emergency medical dispatch.
And how long have you been with the Henry County 911?
6 years.
Is this your first job in this kind of role?
Yes, sir.
I want to bring you back to November 17th of 2015. Do you recall getting a 911 call on November 17th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall specifically the nature of that call?
It was a person choking call.
Okay. Now, are there any sort of records that are kept by Henry County 911 Center?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the term CAD report?
Yes, sir.
What is a CAD report?
CAD is the computer-aided dispatch where we log all the information that we receive from the caller.
And is that something that is generated for every 911 call?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that's kept that is kept by Henry County 911?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I move into Evidence States 225, which is the computer-aided dispatch record. There's an attached certificate of authenticity.
Admitted 224.
Sir, I'm going to go ahead and show you this. 225. Can you tell us when exactly you got the call that's referenced in States 225?
It's 1741.
Those of us who aren't used to military time,
Sorry,
what time is that?
541
And that's PM?
p.m. Yes, sir.
And what kind of call did you receive?
A person choking call.
And are you the person who handled the entirety of that call as far as 911 is concerned?
Yes, sir.
And what specifically did you do as the 911 operator on this call?
I provided emergency medical dispatch to him, performed CPR instructions.
I want to show you some previously marked States Exhibit 226. Do you recognize States Exhibit 226?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize this to be?
The recording of the 911 call.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to listen to this recording yourself?
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything to indicate that you listened to this recording?
I signed it.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of the 911 call from November 17th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Were there any modifications, alterations, or deletions to this particular call?
No, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit States 226.
Admitted State 226.
So you indicated that you had a 911 call with a person. Do you recall the nature of why the call came in?
It was a child choking on a piece of chicken who then stopped breathing halfway through the call.
You said they stopped breathing halfway through the call.
I believe so.
When they did that, what did you do when you advised the child stop breathing?
I gave instructions on how to do CPR.
And were you aware the entire time as to how old the child was?
Yes, sir.
And how old was the child?
2 years old.
Now it's time I'd ask you.
Republish.
Make sure her hand is slightly tilted back. I want you to keep checking breathing often. I want you to, starting now, every time she takes a breath in, tell me when, just say now, every time she breathes. There you go. You're fine, you're doing a good job. Like I said, I got help all the way to you. There's monitoring breathing right now, see the breathing. Okay. Yeah, she's doing fine. Like I said, we got all the way. Okay, yeah, she's doing fine. What do you know what you're choking on? Keep it in. We'll make sure. Keep going. Alright, place the heel of your hand on the breastbone, right in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. Alright, I want you to push down 1.5 inches. Actually, there. 1.5 inches using all your fingers, alright? So just 1.5 inches down, pump the chest hard and fast 30 times, at least 20 per second. Let the chest come all the way up between pumps, and tell me when you're done. So hard and fast 30 times and count it out with me, okay? You're fine, you're doing a great job. Like I said, this is going to go. Okay, all the way, count it out when you're doing the pumps. Alright, slow down, hard and fast. 17, 18, 22, 23, 24, 25. You're Alright, count it again, shake your mouth. Bring an object, don't do anything fun. Alright, with your mouth, alright, now. Lay flat her back like she was, with your hand under her neck, and shoulders. Head back again, place your head tilted back. Alright, put your mouth over her nose and mouth. That's alright? They're coming, they're close to you. Let's keep doing DDR. Put your hand under your neck, under your shoulders, fully tilt your head back. Put your mouth over her nose and mouth. And I want you to do 2 puffs, 2 regular breaths of air. You just see the chest rise with each breath, okay? Alright, can you feel the air coming in and out? Okay, did you hear chest rise? Alright, you're done now. I want you to pump the chest 30 more times. Same way we did earlier. Count them out with me, okay? Make sure your fingers are on the breastbone and the tip of the chest right between the nipples. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Alright, from now on, do maybe 2 more puffs. Make sure you tilt your head back just like we did. I want you to do 2 puffs, 30 more pumps again. Alright, keep doing it, girl. Keep it over. Later on in church, they want to keep it off. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Alright, 2 more puffs of air again. You're doing a great job. Don't give up. It'll keep her coming until the paramedics get her out, alright? So do 30 more pumps again. Come to the middle right now. Keep to the middle right. They're almost there. 30. Alright, now before you do the 2 pumps, let's check her breathing again, okay? Fine, just put your hand on her forehead, the other hand under the baby's neck and shoulders, and try to make sure the head's tilted back. Put your hand next to her mouth and try to keep it feeling here and breathing. You're single forward right now. Again, let's go ahead now. We got the heat coming as fast as we can as well. Keep going. You did the 2 pumps of air, right? Alright, let's keep up with the chest then. Count it all. Go ahead. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Good job. Keep up the air now. Make sure that everybody breathe in. You see that chest rise, okay? She looks very funny. Yeah, okay, let's do it. It seems like it takes a long time. It's just going to call me there right there, okay? Go ahead again. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
All right, freaks. So there might be people watching that don't normally watch, but on this channel, it's a monetized channel. I try to raise funds every single day on the day show and the night show to try to allow me to keep doing these shows, because I also donate over 50% of the net revenue to various true crime related charities out there. And today's the 30th, and tomorrow's the day we'll be doing that. We have one final push tomorrow, and then that's it. But if you're out there and you feel like you want to support this channel and allow me to keep doing this, that would be awesome. All right. Thank you very much.
No.
As the 911 operator, do you have any further role in the treatment of the patient after the paramedics arrive?
No, sir.
Generally, you know what happens after the 911 call?
No, sir.
That is right.
Thank you. Ross?
Just have a couple of questions for you. You said told her to take the heel of her hand and push down 1.5 inches, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you show us and show the jury what you meant by the heel of the hand?
Just using one hand, the heel of the hand in the center of the breastbone.
Okay. And the heel of the hand would be the lower part of the hand.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not tell her to use 3 fingers to do CPR, did you?
I believe at one point I did say at first to use the heel of the hand and then use fingers for the second one.
Okay. But you had her do 30 plus 30 plus 30 pumping with the heel of the hand 1.5 inches, correct?
Yes, sir. 30 chest compressions for 2 breaths.
And so she did a total of 90 compressions with the heel of her hand.
I'm not sure how many total she did, but yes,
So
ma'am.
you instructed her to do 30 and then 30 and then 30, correct?
30 and then 2, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mitchell, since you're over the phone, you can't tell us how, in fact, she was actually doing this compressions, correct?
No, sir.
All right, anything else? Thank you, sir. You can step down. Any objections to being excused?
No,
And you're excused. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a 5-minute stretch break and then come back.
Please state and spell your first and last name.
Brian Gibson, B-R-I-A-N, G-I-B-S-O-N.
And Lieutenant Gibson, how are you employed?
I work for Henry County Fire Department.
And how long have you been employed with Henry County Fire Department?
I started in 1994, 25 years.
And what positions do you hold or have held with Henry County Fire Department?
Currently, I hold the position of Captain over Fire and EMS Operations. I've been a paramedic since 1997, also an ACLS instructor for about 8 years.
And I apologize, Captain.
That's okay.
And can you tell me a little bit about the training you've had in order to hold the position that you do with Henry County Fire Department?
We typically exceed the minimums in Henry County. We are required to have 40 hours of in-service training to maintain your paramedic. We will exceed that. And also on the fire side, you have a minimum of 240 hours required. And again, we will exceed that typically. So I'm on track to have like 500 hours this year so far. So everybody usually typically well exceeds the minimum requirements.
And how often do you have to update your training and certification?
For the paramedic, every 2 years. For the fire, every year.
And as part of your training, are you trained in the Heimlich?
Yes.
And tell me if you could explain exactly what the Heimlich is.
Just trying to dislodge a foreign airway obstruction in the upper airway. It's typically done by bystanders.
And to your knowledge, how is it generally performed or taught or, I guess, visualized as to how to do the Heimlich?
Typically, you have a classroom portion, and then they give you some mannequins to practice with.
And what portion of the body are, I guess, you taught to have to, I guess, touch are handled in order to do the Heimlich maneuver?
It's the abdomen just below the rib cage, just below the sternum, and you're forcing up a little bit.
In your 25 years as a Henry County firefighter, have you, paramedic, have you had occasion to have to perform the Heimlich maneuver?
I've never performed the Heimlich maneuver.
And why is that?
That's because typically the bystanders are the people that are performing the Heimlich maneuver. By the time I get there, it's either dislodged or the patient's worse off and I have to go to the next step.
And let's talk about the ones where it's been dislodged. Have you ever had to treat someone where possibly the Heimlich maneuver was not performed by someone who was trained to do it?
Yeah, typically it's a bystander that may or may not have training, and I've never, like I said, witnessed that because I'm typically there after the case. But usually the person is happy to be breathing again, and no notable injuries that I have noticed at that time.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about CPR and your training in that and exactly what CPR is.
CPR is basically breathing and mechanically moving the heart for the patient when they're not breathing and their heart's not working. So that's something that we typically do. We do quite a bit in this county. It's a very busy county. And that's what we'll do to try to jumpstart the heart, see if we can give them a chance.
And is there a difference between how you perform CPR on an adult and how you perform it on a child?
There is. It's typically the depth of compressions. Is for the compression is going to be on your chest. The depth of compressions is not quite as far on a child as it is an adult. It's about a ½ inch difference, though.
And when you talk chest compressions, is there a difference on what type of chest compressions you utilize on an adult versus a child?
Yeah, the chest compressions on adults typically two-handed, and a child's typically one-handed, and infants even the fingertips.
And in your course of your career, have you had to deal with anyone who's had CPR that was performed by someone who was not a medical professional?
Yes, most of the time the bystanders or lay people are performing the CPR before we get there, and they're doing the best they can, but a lot of the times it's not correct.
And have you, in those instances, seen where there were injuries if CPR was not applied correctly?
Not that I have noticed.
Let me ask you, were you on duty on November the 17th of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you get a call at some point in time in regards to a 2-year-old child?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what time that call came in?
I would need to reference some paperwork. I can't quite remember it. I'd hate to say the wrong time.
Keep that, please.
17:42:36.
And what time is that in?
5:42:36.
And do you know what time you arrived? What location were you going to?
Going to 1521 Lincoln Terrace, McDonough, Georgia.
And what time did you arrive at that location?
It was this is going to be the ambulance report that I have in my hand. I was on the fire truck, so it was a little quicker, not very much, but it was 10.5 minutes. So the other report has the correct time on it. If I read this time, it's not my time. Yes, that's yes, ma'am. So we arrived on the scene at 17:53:16.
And when you arrived, when you say we, who were you with?
Myself and firefighter Ken Jones.
And we were on a fire truck. Is that what you
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of equipment do you have on that fire truck?
As far as medical goes, it's an ALS, which is Advanced Life Support Fire Truck. It has a jump kit or a med bag that has the life-saving cardiac drugs in it. Also a automated defibrillator.
And when you arrive at that scene, what happens at that point?
Arrive on the scene, of course, we've already gotten some information on the way to the call that CPR was already in progress, meaning the child was not breathing and had no pulse. Arrived on the scene and saw, if I remember correctly, it may have been in the cul-de-sac. I may be wrong on that, but it was the front door was open. Exited the truck, obviously called on scene, grabbed our equipment, and headed towards the house. Once I walked into the house, I typically, like I always do, announced fire department very loudly, and I heard someone say with a female voice, "I'm in here."
Did you make entry into the home?
Yes.
When you made entry into the home, what did you observe?
It was actually a very clean home. I did observe that a female was delivering rescue breaths to what appeared to be a 2-year-old child laying on the floor in front of a coffee table.
And could you tell whether or not that female was on the phone or not?
Yes, she was on the phone, and she actually said they are here when we walked in, and I assumed that was Henry County Dispatch. That's typically the case.
Was she on the phone? Was she holding the phone? Was she on speakerphone? Do you recall where
I don't recall if it was speakerphone or if she was holding it. I don't recall that.
And you said that she was giving breaths?
Yes.
Okay. And who was she giving breaths to?
Apparently Laila Daniels. Daniel.
I'm sorry, I didn't even try.
That's okay.
And when you say breaths, is that, just kind of describe that.
It's rescue breathing. Our 911 system's giving them, information on how to breathe for someone that's not breathing. So she was giving the breaths to the child because, she apparently was not breathing. So she had her mouth on her mouth, trying to breathe for her.
Did you observe her getting any chest compressions like you talked about earlier?
I did not as I was walking in.
Once you get inside and you see her giving breast, what do you do next?
Start looking at the child as I'm walking up, getting a general impression on what I feel is going on. The skin is very pale, cyanotic, which means blue around the lips. It's obviously not perfusing very well, which means typically that they're not breathing or their heart's not beating.
Okay, let me stop you there. So what did you observe about the color of her skin?
It was very pale and blue around the lips, meaning cyanotic or blue around the lips.
And did you happen to touch her or feel her?
Yes, her skin was warm to the touch. Her core was warm. Her extremities were not as warm as I would like to have felt, but they were still warm, but I wouldn't call them cool at that point.
Why would you not like to see them as cool? What concern is that?
It's just on the amount of downtime. If they've been down too long, you have to make a decision as a paramedic whether to work the child or work the patient or not. Of course, with a child, you typically go over the top a little bit. And core was warm, so that's all we needed to know to move forward with the treatment.
And when you say core, what part of the body are you talking about?
The trunk, the entire core here of the body was warm.
And the extremities, what part of the body are you talking about when you describe
Your hands and your legs.
So you touch her core and you touch her arms. What do you do next?
Feel for a brachial pulse, which is under the arm right here, which is typically how you do it for a child. And I felt no pulse. And at this time, all at the same time, I'm looking for your typical airway breathing and circulation. So I'm making sure that seeing if she's breathing at the same time as I'm doing this. And so, there's a list of things that the textbook tells you to do, which is to check for the airway, check for the breathing, check for circulation. When you've been doing it a while, you kind of do all those all at one time, all within just a few seconds of each other. So that's what we did. And I grabbed a hold of the brachial artery and did not feel a pulse as I'm watching the airway to see if I see any kind of movements, any kind of chest rise, any kind of abdominal rise and fall from breathing. And
Did she have a pulse?
No, did not have a pulse.
Was she breathing?
Was not breathing.
And what did that mean to you?
Well, the call had that she's at this point she's clinically deceased at this point.
What do you do, having that information that she is clinically deceased?
That means we need to move forward to the next step, which is to initiate the life-saving measures that we can do. The call come out as a choking call, so I just the first treatment that I was going to do was try to clear an airway, just in case there was an airway obstruction. Typically, pediatric patients, once you clear the airway obstruction or take care of any type of respiratory problem, they're very resilient and they come back a lot better. So we want to try to rectify that first, just in case. So I took the child and done 5 back blows where I have to turn her over, and I hold her face in my hand, and that's typically correct. And then you lean them down in this fashion here, so gravity works towards your benefit.
And I'm going to give you state's exhibit for demonstrative purposes only 228. And if you could demonstrate the actions that you took when using state's exhibit.
And I'm doing this on my knee. The child's laying here, built a little smaller than this. But you grab by the face and you turn over here, or you can hold the head and support the head, and you give 5 back blows in this direction here. Just in case something's lost, we can maybe get it out. If it is, my hand's here to support the head and also to catch whatever just come out. So I deliver 5 back blows, just kind of one of those things to try just before we get started good. And gave the 5 back blows, rolled her back over and began the next phase.
And let's talk about when you rolled her over to her back. What did you observe, if anything?
Did notice quite a bit of bruising. I'll just put this down here. On her back.
Was that prior to you administering those 5 back blows that you talked about?
Yes, it was a significant amount of bruising on her back, all the way from her diaper up to her neck.
Did she have on any clothing when you came into the home?
Just a diaper laying on a navy blue towel.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence state's exhibit number 1. And you can direct your attention to the back screen there behind you. Is this what you observed, the injuries that you observed to her back when you turned her over for those back blows?
Yes, ma'am. And as I saw that, I asked the female that was sitting there, what's her medical history? And that's a typical question we ask. I want to find out if the child's sick or something of that nature, so we'll know what course of action to take next. But she said she wasn't sure that she was a new foster child.
And what did you take that to mean when she said a new foster child?
Well, in my thought process, of course, everything that I do is going to be, it doesn't matter. We're going to go exactly down the line as far as protocols go. But I thought to myself was, this poor little girl was in a bad situation. Thank God she got out of it. Because I had no, it's a new foster child.
What's the next thing that you did?
Okay, then we roll her back over on her back. And have my partner, he's going through the jump kit, asked him for a BVM, which is a bag valve mask. It's the bag that has the face mask on it that we breathe for him. And as he's getting that out, we're starting compressions. And about that time, just before we really are able to get started on virtually anything, the ambulance calls out on the scene. And I believe it was it's a little over 2 minutes later. Give me a second, I can tell you. 17:55:30 is when the ambulance arrived on the scene. So that's 2 minutes and 14 seconds later than we arrived. So all this happened in 2 minutes and 14 seconds. So then at that point, when I heard them arrive on the scene, because it is a child and I'm able to move them easily, picked her up with a towel and ran out to the ambulance and met the ambulance crew.
Let me ask you, prior to, after rolling her over and seeing the bruises on her back, were you still of the mindset that you were dealing with a choking call?
When I rolled her, I'm sorry, ask that again?
When you saw the bruises,
Yes, ma'am.
did it change your mindset as the type of call
Yes,
you were working?
yes it did.
At that point, what was your mindset as to this call?
I thought like I said, I thought poor little girl got out of a bad situation. That's exactly what I thought. So I thought this was a more, maybe even a traumatic thing at some other time so, you know, it's still acted and treated just like, of course, we cover all bases when we're doing it, trying to make sure that we don't have foreign airway obstruction.
And I want to back up to that. When you did those back blows, did anything dislodge from her throat?
No,
At any time, did you see anything come out?
no.
And did you do, you said 1 round of 5 blows, did you do any more blows after that?
No, ma'am.
When you arrived and she was not breathing and she did not have a pulse, could you have called it in the field?
That's kind of a judgment call, and yes, we could have. An adult that, and at this time we didn't know the rhythm. And an adult is not as easily moved, so we would have stayed there, we would have brought our monitor in and seen the rhythm and had to make a judgment call on how the patient's skin felt, the rhythm that's on the monitor, and typically we'll work them in the house, meaning we'll start CPR and we'll go through several rounds of drugs, call the doctor and get permission to call it and not work it at that point.
Did you do that in this case?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
It's a child, so we're going to go over the top.
Once the ambulance arrived, what did you do?
Picked the child up and ran her out to the ambulance in my arms and put her in the back of the ambulance. The ambulance crew immediately just got out and got right in the back of the ambulance along with my partner, and we began the next phase of our working.
And what's the next phase of the work?
All right, so we're doing CPR, and which is, you know, someone's breathing with a bag valve mask. I can't recall who was breathing her at that time. There is a difference between EMS skills. There's a paramedic and then there's an EMT. So there's 2 paramedics on the scene and 2 EMTs. The paramedics have responsibilities and the EMT has responsibilities. So the paramedics are the ones that are giving the drugs, intubating, delivering the shocks, and the EMTs are the one that's breathing, doing the compressions, getting the IV, those types of things.
So you have 2 paramedics and 2 EMTs. Is everyone working?
Everyone's working.
What were you doing?
I was getting the airway, which means that I used some tools to stick a tube down her throat to assist her with breathing so that I can breathe for her.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in Structural Defense Council that states exhibit 229, 230, and 231.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they fairly and accurately depict these instruments you were just talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd ask the states exhibit 229, 230, and 231 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
Would it,
Permitted. Call.
would it assist you to utilize those tools in order to demonstrate the action you took to intubate Laila Daniel?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Would it help you to show the jury the
Yes.
instruments you used?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'll go over it piece by piece. This is just a display, obviously. So this is just showing the anatomy we have of the upper airway, and I'll show you what these devices do. This is an adult upper airway, so of course a child would be smaller, but everything is the same except for this size.
Are there special tools that you have when you're dealing with a child versus an adult?
Yes, just like this, it's called a laryngoscope blade. On an adult, it's bigger. The handle's bigger, the blade is different. And you can see that when you turn it on, the light comes on. So that I can see, it gives me a flashlight down in the throat. This is called an endotracheal tube, okay? So this is the tube that goes down the throat into the trachea. That's the windpipe that goes into your lungs so that you can breathe the patient. This is called a stylet that goes into the endotracheal tube and allows me to manipulate the tube into a position that I want so that I can slide it in between the vocal cords. You have to slide this tube in between the vocal cords for it to work. It won't work if it goes in the wrong hole, which means it's in the stomach. We can't breathe in the stomach, right? So we have to bring it through the lungs. This is where this comes into play. So it's probably hard for me to show everybody. I'll do my best here. But you have this is obviously half of the mouth here. We got the tongue right here, and right below it there's a little flap where my finger's at called the epiglottis. And it pulls up. There's different ways to intubate, but I use the straight blade, which grabs the epiglottis and pulls all this anatomical structure out of the way. And when it pulls it out of the way, if y'all can see a V in there, that V is the vocal cords. That's where you pass the tube through, and it's critical that you pass the tube through the vocal cords for this to work correctly. So I take this device here, and I enter the mouth like this, and I move all this anatomical structure up, and I grab the epiglottis and move it up out of the way. It gives me a flashlight where I can see the vocal cords very well, and then I can pass the tube through the vocal cords.
Let me ask you, with Laila, when you put the instrument in her mouth and pulled it up and turned the flashlight on, did you see anything in that area, in her vocal cord or in her throat in any way?
No, ma'am. No obstruction at all. There was some thick yellow substance around her lips, but that's fairly typical when somebody's been administered rescue breaths.
Why is that typical? What happens with your body if you've been administered rescue breaths?
Rescue breaths is not as good as an endotracheal tube, so you're breathing and you've got two holes, one going to the stomach, one going to the lungs. And as you're breathing, it's going in both holes. So it inadvertently gets into the stomach gets distended, and then once it gets full, it vomits. So you can't have some vomit just come back on your lips. That's fairly typical.
After you put the tube in to see down the throat, what's the next step that you take?
All right, so I put the tube in. Obviously, I use this scope. I put the tube in between the vocal cords just as this. We take the stylet out because I no longer need it. At this point, I hold it. A partner puts a bag valve mask on the dish, and they breathe it. And we use a stethoscope to listen to the lungs to make sure the air is moving throughout both lungs and make sure you're in the right spot. And then once that's occurred, we secure it with a Thomas tube holder.
Let me ask you, when you went to put the tube down Laila's throat, was there any obstruction or any difficulty getting that tube in?
There's no difficulty at all getting the tube in, and once we started using the bag valve mask, it performed adequately. Typically, if there's a foreign airway obstruction below the vocal cords, there is some resistance with the bag, and I did not feel that.
When you didn't feel that obstruction, did you have any thoughts that went through your mind?
There was no obstruction there.
And I'm showing you what's already been entered into evidence exhibit number 5. And is that the strapping here, what you were indicating that you put on Laila's mouth?
Yes, secure the tube. It's called a Thomas tube holder. It's a piece of plastic that has a bite block in it that goes in between your teeth. Hold your mouth open so your teeth does not obstruct the tube, and it has a little mechanism that twists on the side, a little nylon screw that twists on the side that secures the tube to the Thomas tube holder. The strap goes around the neck, the back of the head, and velcros to the body.
In your experience, does that tubing mechanism and strap cause any injury?
No, ma'am.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 232. Would the strapping mechanism that we're looking at in State's Exhibit 5 have caused what we see in State's Exhibit 232?
Not typical, no, ma'am.
So once you have the tube secured in and you begin to bag her, what is the next steps that you take?
And at this time, there's 4 people working, so my job was to get the airway, which we did, and other people are doing other things. So we're continuing the whole CPR regimen and following what we call ACLS protocols, advanced life support, advanced cardiac life support protocols.
And what do those protocols include?
It includes, obviously the CPR portion of it. We're going to put her on the monitor so the cardiac rhythm is showing and deliver the appropriate cardiac medication for that rhythm.
Okay. Let's talk about are there compressions that's being done? And with State's Exhibit 228, can you demonstrate to the jury what type of compressions and how they were being applied to it?
Like I said, I'll slide this out of the way right here. Sorry. So typically it's in the nipple line for a child of this age. It's one-handed, 1.5 inches depth at a rate of at least 100. Okay, we don't have to stop. Do the 15 to 2, which means 15 compressions to 2 breaths, or 15 or 30 compressions to 2 breaths. Once you have an advanced airway, which is this endotracheal tube, then it just is a non-stop thing. So it's non-stop compressions once this is in, which that got in pretty quickly.
And does the tube, the intubation, allow you to breathe for Laila?
Yes.
At any point, did Laila start to breathe on her own?
No.
And you showed chest compressions. At any point, would it require compressions down below in the pelvic area?
No, ma'am.
In the groin area?
No, ma'am.
In between her thighs?
No, ma'am.
On her back?
No, ma'am.
Under her neck?
No, ma'am.
As you're breathing for her and doing the compressions, what else is happening?
We're applying the cardiac monitor to see what rhythm she was in, cardiac rhythm.
And why is it necessary to determine what rhythm she's in?
So that it can guide us on what cardiac medication we need to administer for that rhythm.
And what was her rhythm?
Asystole, which is the flat line, no activity.
Do you defibrillate her at any point in time?
No, that rhythm does not require defibrillation.
Why not?
Because there's no activity for it to try to jump start, if you will. Because when it's flatline, there's no activity at all.
And so she was flatlined.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do to try to provide treatment?
We continue CPR and breathing, and then we can administer epinephrine. That is the only drug that you can give for asystole.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
And do you know how many rounds was done?
Per the report, it was 3 rounds.
Were you giving those rounds?
I was not.
I'm going to ask you about State's Exhibit number 5. Did you note any injury or bruising in State's Exhibit 5?
Did I note any?
Do you see any bruising?
It just looked like and I'm not 100% sure, but it looked like we had some on the nose here. It may be a little bit of crust from some vomitus on one side, but on the tip of the nose, it looked to me like we had some bruising.
Would that have been come from any treatment that you provided on that day?
No, ma'am.
And what about down here in this area right here on the screen?
No, ma'am. That's too high for compressions.
So you're giving breaths, compressions, epi. What else is happening?
And of course, the cardiac monitor. And then at this point, we moved to the phase where we've got an airway secured with an endotracheal tube. We know what rhythm she's in. We know what medicine we need to give, so that's what we're doing. So now we have time, if you will, because we've gotten all the stuff started. And now it's kind of a time to step back and say, okay, what's caused this? And this is where you go over your reversible causes, meaning, all right, what caused it? So one of the things that we can do in the back of an ambulance is take a blood glucose level, see what their sugar is. So that's typical of what we do on all our cardiac arrest patients. So we went to take a sugar, meaning we pricked her finger, got some blood out of it, and tested it.
And did you find anything from that test?
I did, and it wasn't a remarkable finding. I probably had to dig around in the report to find out what number it was. But as long as it wasn't low, that was the issue, and it was not low.
What else are you doing at this time? Let me ask you, are compressions and breaths still being given to Laila while you're doing this assessment?
Yes. Typically, the EMTs are doing those two things, and the paramedics are giving the drugs. Of course, once they secure the airway, then we're bouncing things off each other to say, what's caused this? What can we do to try to reverse it?
And what's the next step that you take?
Okay, so then we're going over her body from head to toe at that point to see if we find something that's abnormal. You know, with a child, it's a little different because there's a lot of things that doesn't apply to a child, such as, typically a 2-year-old's not going to overdose on drugs, typically. So.
And let's start with her head. And we've already talked about the nose area. Was there anything else in her head that you found, I guess, to be notable?
I don't recall anything on her head that was notable.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 21. Did you notice this as you were doing an overview of her body?
I did not notice that.
Is that something that would have been caused by any treatment that you were providing that particular day?
No, ma'am.
What other things did you notice as you were checking her over?
Was obviously the bruising. There was a bruising on her back from her diaper up to her neck. She's laying on her back at this time, so we noticed some bruising on her pelvis and both wrists. When we was doing the D-stick, I can't remember if I was the one that performed the D-stick, which is the blood sugar test, but we did notice in my view that I took her arm, her left arm, and picked it up and said, "Is her arm broke?" And I manipulated her arm just a little bit to see if it had any kind of movement or crepitus, and I didn't feel any, but the arm appeared to have a slight curve in it.
And so what did that tell you when you asked the question, is the arm broke?
It appeared that I was concerned that it may have been broke right then, and at that point, and it may even be moving, but it wasn't. It felt intact, but it did have a bow in it.
And I'm showing what's been marked and introduced into evidence of State's number 34. Is this the arm that we're talking about?
I guess, ma'am, it would be the left arm of the child.
In what area did you notice that appeared to have a bow in it? And there's a pointer right there if you want to use it to point it out.
Okay. Obviously, this is the wrist, the elbow. So between the wrist and the elbow, you see this deformity.
And did you notice anything about the other arm, which is depicted in State's number 36?
No, ma'am, other than the bruising on the wrist.
And would that have been caused by any of the medical treatment that you provided to her that day?
No, ma'am. And to back up and say the bruising that we noted was there before we even started our ACLS treatments.
And State's exhibit number 27. Did you notice that bruising?
That looks to be the back of the neck, and I did see that when I rolled her over for the back blows.
And I think you talked about the pelvis area, which is depicted in State's number 3. Are those injuries that you're talking about in the pelvis area?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could use a pointer as to what areas you're talking about.
Just notice some bruising here, or discoloration in these two areas here.
Now those blue, what looks like to be blue pads that's on her in that area, would they have contributed to those bruising at all?
No, this is just a sticker. It's electrode, so it's just like putting a Band-Aid on.
Were those bruises there prior to you? Did anyone that was working on her between the 2 paramedics and 2 EMTs put those stickers on her?
Yes.
Were those bruises present prior to those stickers being put on?
Yes.
And State's exhibit number 48.
Same thing, yes, it was there before the electrode was put on.
Okay. And this area right here that's kind of reddish, was that there as well?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I don't recall the specifics of it because of what was going on, but I do remember there was being some discolorations in that area. I can't say without, certainty that very dark spot was there, but there was discoloration there.
As you're doing the observation of her body, what else is going on?
We're continuing with the CPR and the breathing, and every 3 to 5 minutes we're administering a round of epi. They do. I did not perform this skill. This is typically, like I said, an EMT skill. They will, and it sounds horrible, but we have something called a bone gun, a bone drill, that drills a needle into the bone in the leg.
Did you do that?
I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you. At some point, do you arrive at the hospital?
Yes.
How long is the trip from 1521 Lincoln to the hospital?
It is 16.4 miles away. We departed the house at 18:09:03 and arrived at the hospital at 18:26:39.
Once you arrive at the hospital, what occurs?
En route, of course, we call them and let them know we're coming and what we have and what to expect. Once we back up to the ambulance, to the ramp at the hospital, the ER, we're collecting our equipment onto the stretcher, and we go in and give a report. The room that we went into this particular time was just inside the door to the left.
And at that point, are you done with your medical treatment of Laila Daniel?
We will assist the ER staff for a short period of time until everything gets changed over and we're given our report to make sure that all equipment gets changed over, all information gets disseminated. And if they need us to stay in and assist with the arrest, we will. There was quite a few people in the room at that time. But sometimes you get stuck in a position where you just need to stay there and continue doing what you're doing. And I remember that's what had happened with me.
At some point, did you turn over care to Laila to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
In your 25 years as a paramedic, have you ever seen the type of bruises that you observed on Laila as to someone who had bad or improper Heimlich?
No, ma'am.
In your 25 years as a paramedic, have you ever seen someone to present with those type of injuries from improper CPR?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross.
Have you ever been told, you arrived at a scene and been told that someone had applied improper Heimlich?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know what improper Heimlich would look like?
No, ma'am.
Because you've never been told that anyone did it improperly, correct?
That's correct.
And the same is true for CPR.
Yes.
You don't know what a person looks like after improper CPR because you haven't been told.
I've witnessed improper CPR and then taken over that CPR.
And you've witnessed improper CPR on whom?
On several calls I ran, most of the people that we run cardiac arrest with, the lay people perform the CPR not correctly.
And are these on children or on adults?
Both.
Both. And when you say they don't do it correctly, what is it that they don't do correctly?
It's numerous things. They're upset, that they're very nervous about it. So they could be doing it in the wrong area, not enough, pausing too much, that type of stuff.
But you've never seen them give adult CPR to a child, right?
Well, that's kind of hard to disseminate because the only difference is a half-inch compression depth.
With the adults, it's a half-inch more?
Yes, ma'am.
You go 2 inches down?
Yes, ma'am.
But you go 1.5 inch down for a child?
Yes, ma'am.
And you use 3 fingers, correct?
That's according to how big the child is. It's on an infant, it's typically encircled around the infant and use your thumbs, or you use 2 fingers.
Okay.
If it's a little older, 2 and above, then it's kind of a judgment call on the weight of the child, you'll use 1 hand.
And do you know what she was instructed to do with
No, I
CPR?
don't.
So you have no idea what she did?
No, ma'am.
And you said the house was clean?
Yes,
Things
ma'am.
were in order?
Yes, ma'am.
No signs of struggle?
No, ma'am.
And you could hear, at one point with the BVM, you could hear bilateral breaths, correct?
Once I got her intubated and listened, I could hear bilateral breath sounds.
Okay. And with regards to the Heimlich maneuver, it's a different process for a child than it is for an adult, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And how do you do a Heimlich on a child?
It's a little more difficult according to how tall they are. Typically, you do the back blows like I did when we got there.
You do the back blows?
Yes, ma'am.
You hit on the back?
The upper back.
And sometimes people can hit in the wrong place, can't they?
Sure.
You wrote a report in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you write the report?
It was the night of the call.
After the call was over with?
Yes, ma'am.
About what time?
That's tough to say. It was pretty late, maybe even closer to midnight.
It's fair to say that you put in your report everything that happened that you thought was of import.
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And you didn't have any conversation with Jennifer Rosenbaum other than to ask her about any history with the child, correct?
That's correct.
Otherwise, you didn't question her,
No, ma'am.
you didn't talk to her, you didn't have a conversation with her.
No, ma'am.
You were working on the child.
That's correct.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Those bilateral grunts that you were hearing, was that after you had intubated her?
Yes, that would be mechanical ventilation that we were delivering.
Okay. Does that mean that she was breathing on her own and out?
No, ma'am.
Were you breathing for her?
We were breathing for her.
And when you were performing CPR, were you using your fingers, one hand, or two hands?
One hand.
And Ms. Moe asked you about, let me ask you, when I said improper, have you ever been on the scene where someone, a layperson, has reported that they have given a Heimlich maneuver?
Yes.
Did the person or persons that you observed after that layperson gave the Heimlich maneuver, have you ever seen anyone look like Laila did when you saw her?
No, ma'am.
The same thing with CPR.
No, ma'am.
You come up on scenes where laypersons have done CPR.
Yes, ma'am.
Has any of those people ever looked like Laila did?
No, ma'am.
And Ms. Moe asked you about those blows to her back. If someone is delivering blows to her back improperly, would you expect to see injury from the top of her neck to the top of her buttocks?
No, ma'am.
Nothing.
It's true, though, if it was improperly being done, it can be improperly done in a number of ways, isn't that correct?
I assume you're speaking of the Heimlich maneuver?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
It can be, so what you have seen in your experience may have been one way of applying the Heimlich maneuver. Another, Ms. Rosenbaum may have applied the Heimlich maneuver in a different way than what you've seen, correct?
Yes, I assume so. Yes, ma'am.
And where in your report did you write anything about a broken arm or a bowed arm?
I did not write that down.
You didn't write that anywhere in your report.
No, ma'am.
It's not in the EMT's report either by any of your coworkers at all, is it?
No, ma'am.
If you hit somebody on the back, you can cause a bruise.
Yes, if I hit someone on the back, I can cause a bruise. Yes.
If you hit someone in the center, sort of in the waist on the back, you can hurt someone and cause a bruise there, can't you?
Yes, ma'am.
If you do it all the length of the person's body, you can create a bruise in every position, can't you?
Yes, ma'am. If there's a heartbeat, yes.
And it's fair to say, is it not, that having somebody do compressions, 90 compressions improperly, if she's going further than 1.5 inches, that might cause some damage, isn't that correct?
I'm not at liberty to say that one way or another.
Why do you just go 1.5 inches?
That is what the AHA guideline, American Heart Association guidelines require.
And do they tell you what happens if you go more than 1.5 inches?
It is talking about, it could be improper, could cause damage.
Could cause damage to what?
I'm not sure.
Internal organs, isn't that correct?
I would assume, yes.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
If they're doing improper CPR, let me ask you, do you see any injury to her chest area at all?
Not in this picture, no.
Do you recall seeing any injury to her upper chest area?
Not that I can recall.
Is that where you would expect CPR to be performed, in the upper chest area?
Yes, ma'am, between the nipple line.
Would you expect to see it down here, in her waist area, in her pelvic area?
No, ma'am.
It wouldn't make sense to be performing CPR compressions on her pelvis.
No, ma'am.
What about on her vagina?
No, ma'am.
What about on her inner thighs?
No, ma'am.
What about on her neck?
No, ma'am.
What about under her chin?
No, ma'am.
So the area that you would expect to see bruising from a layperson not knowing how to do it, did you see any injuries?
No, ma'am.
And you said to Ms. Moe, sounded real important, bruising comes when?
It's bleeding. So if you're bleeding, you need a heartbeat to
Did
bleed.
Laila Daniel have a heartbeat?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever have a heartbeat when you went into the house, when she was in the ambulance, or when you took her in the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Do you know whether she had a heartbeat prior to your getting there?
Prior to me getting there, no, ma'am.
You don't know, do you?
No, ma'am.
So when she sustained those bruises on her back, she must have had a heartbeat, correct?
When those bruises occurred, I would assume yes.
Furthermore, isn't it true that when you do one of the many improper ways of doing Heimlich maneuver is to come around the child and thrust upwards
Yes,
into
ma'am.
the abdomen region? And that's wrong, isn't that?
You do wrap around, you get into the abdomen, and you do thrust up towards the diaphragm.
But if you go too low, you end up inflicting injuries lower down beyond the abdomen, isn't that correct?
I couldn't really speak of that. I don't know. I've never done that, never seen it done that low to answer that with any kind
But
of
you would
certainty.
expect that if you did it that low, you would get injuries, don't you? And that might account for the injuries.
It's a lot of soft tissue there. It's a lot of, you can move around a lot in that area without it causing any type of injury.
There's a spine in the back there, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
And the spine
With
is what's
enough force.
absorbing, with enough force, you
Yeah.
end up causing some serious damage, isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am. If you've got enough force to make it to the spine.
Captain Gibson, do you know any of those bruises that you observed, if they happened on November the 17th of 2015?
Do I know if they occurred then?
Yes.
I do not know that.
Were they there when you got there?
They were there when I got there.
But you don't know when they can
I don't know if it was that day, days before. I do not know.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Thank you. You're excused if there's no objection.
No objection from the state.
Okay. What's next?
Another EMT.
You, does anyone need a short bathroom break? Oh, yes, of course, yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break and then we're going to come back. Thank you.
Really should be 131. And so we put another exhibit sticker, and I've shown the state, and we changed it to 131.
Top line. Okay.
And then there's one other matter. This last witness was shown a photograph by the state which had not been admitted and was projected on the screen, and he made testimony. He expressed that the lips of the child was not caused by the mask.
That's true.
And that is incorrect, and I just would ask that that be corrected in front of the jury.
Well, there hadn't been an objection, so I just assumed that there had been report out as between.
I saw it at the corner of my eyes, I couldn't tell that it had not been admitted.
It was number 132, I think.
Maybe 232, Judge, and I did not publish it to the jury.
No, but I also don't know that it was admitted.
I didn't admit it, Judge. For that purpose, I just was showing it to him for his orientation, but I did not admit it through him.
But it's your intention to have this admitted through another witness?
Yes, Judge.
And probably the medical examiner?
Yes.
Okay. Since they're going to connect it up to something else, I don't know if it requires instruction to the jury. Does that help you to know where they're going with that?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Let's go ahead and bring up the jury. Everybody's ready. Let's go ahead and call our experts.
They call Scott next.
Is that NIX?
Yes, sir. Sir, if you can raise your right hand to be sworn, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Take a seat. Please state your true and correct name for the record.
Roy Scott Nix,
Okay. And how do you spell your last name?
NIX,
How are you currently employed?
with the Henry County Fire Department.
And what is your job with the Henry County Fire Department?
We're cross-trained. We're I'm a firefighter and paramedic,
And how long have you been a paramedic?
22 years.
And have you always been with Henry County?
As far as the fire department, yes.
I want to go ahead and bring you back to November 17th of 2015. Do you recall responding to an incident involving a child on that day?
Yes.
And do you, well, let me ask you this. Do you recall what vehicle you happened to be in on that day when you got the call?
I was on Rescue 3, or excuse me, 13.
Rescue 13. Yes. And what is Rescue 13?
It's the ambulance that is stationed out of Station 13 on Highway 20.
Now, does the Henry County Fire Department have different vehicles? Different types of vehicles?
Yes, with fire trucks, ambulances.
And can paramedics sometimes be staffing the fire trucks?
Yes.
All right. And vice versa?
Yes.
All right. When you were dispatched on this particular call, do you recall the time that you were dispatched?
I believe it was somewhere around 1740. If you have my run report, I could probably tell you the exact time.
Sure. Let me show you this to help refresh your recollection.
Yes, the unit Rescue 13 was notified and dispatched at 17:42:36.
Okay. And what information did you originally receive about this particular call?
It came in originally as a 2-year-old female choking.
Okay. You said originally. Did that change at all while you were en route?
Yes, it did.
And what did it change to?
It come into a person unconscious, CPR in progress.
Now, where were you, if you recall, when the call came in?
I was sitting at the red light at Macon Street in the city of McDonough Square.
About how far was it from your location to the incident location that you responded to?
It was like 8 or 9 miles.
And how quickly were you able to get to that location?
We made it in just over 11 minutes.
Did your report indicate the exact time that you arrived on scene?
Exact time on scene was 17:55:30.
Now, were you the first unit on scene?
No, sir.
Who was on scene when you arrived?
Engine 4.
And specifically, who was on engine 4?
Then it was Lieutenant Gibson, but now it's Captain Gibson and Ken Jones.
Now, do you recall when you first saw the patient that evening?
Yes.
And where were you when you first saw the patient that evening?
When I stepped out of the truck.
And where was the patient?
In Captain Gibson's arms coming out the front door.
And what did you observe when you first saw, and that patient was Laila Daniel, correct?
Yes.
What did you first see when you saw Laila Daniel?
She was in Captain Gibson's arms with a blanket or a towel wrapped around her.
And how would you describe her condition?
Lifeless. Yep.
What happened after you saw Laila?
Captain Gibson got in the truck first. I followed him in, and we immediately began assessing her. We determined again that she was not breathing, had no pulse. So we started CPR again, and we followed what we call ACLS protocol.
Okay. Now, did you ever hook her up to a monitor?
Yes.
And when she was hooked up to the monitor, what was her rhythm?
Asystole.
And being asystole, what does that mean?
There's no electrical function with her heart.
Was the heart beating at all?
No.
Was she breathing on her own?
No.
And at some point, did you all do something to assist her in breathing?
Yes.
Right. Did you actually intubate her to someone else?
No. Captain Gibson did.
What did you do? What was your role in the treatment?
I was lead medic. I was on the rescue, so I was lead medic. I made sure that we started the assessment, put her on the monitor. Captain Gibson intubated her and made sure CPR was continued, and among other things that are normally done.
At some point, you mentioned that she was being carried in a towel, correct?
Yes.
At some point, was that towel taken off?
It was opened up on the stretcher. I can't recall for sure if she was taken off of it completely, but when we laid her on the stretcher, we had to open it up to expose her.
And when her body was exposed, did you notice anything?
Yes.
What did you notice?
Multiple bruising around her arms, hands, legs, and hip area, torso.
At any point, did you turn her over onto her back?
Yes.
And did you notice anything when she was turned onto her back?
Yes.
What did you notice?
More bruising.
Showing you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 67. Is this what you observed?
Yes.
Have you been a paramedic for 22 years now, correct?
Yes.
And have you responded to other calls for young children around 2 years old?
Yes.
Have you ever responded to calls where CPR has had to be used?
Yes.
In all of your 22 years of experience, have you ever seen anything like that from resuscitative methods?
No.
How about the Heimlich maneuver? Have you ever had to respond to a call where perhaps the Heimlich maneuver was used?
Yes.
And in all of your 22 years of experience, have you ever experienced anything like that day?
No.
So you said that you were working on the child. What means did you take to attempt to save her?
Of course, we've done CPR. We established an IV line. It's interosseous. It goes into the bone in the leg, the tibia. We made one attempt at that. It failed. We made another attempt, and it succeeded in the right leg. Then we began pushing the cardiac drugs that we carry, and Brian intubated her.
I'm going to show you on the screen what's been admitted as States Exhibit 2. You mentioned something about an interosseous. What are you talking about? Can you see that here in the picture?
Yes.
And there's actually a pointer there if you want to use that to point. It's over on that. Oh, I don't know if that one works. Why don't you try the old school?
Old school. You can't see it, but it's just the same thing as this right here in this leg.
And why are there two in her legs?
The first one on the left was a failed attempt.
And what do you mean by failed attempt?
When you insert the IO, you're supposed to aspirate, and if you get bone marrow back, you're in the right spot. If you do not, then you're not in the right spot.
So the first attempt, is it safe to say that you weren't in the right spot? How about the second attempt, the one where we see the bandaging?
We aspirated out of it, and so we secured it, and and it will remain route of administering drugs and IV fluids.
So it was through this line that you were able to administer the drugs?
Yes.
What are some of the drugs that you administered to Laila on her way to the hospital?
The drug of choice for the ACLS protocol and forced cardiac arrest is epinephrine.
At any point while Laila was in the back of the ambulance, did she ever have a heart rhythm?
No.
Did she ever breathe on her own?
No.
How long did it take you to get to the hospital?
I believe, according to the run report, 11 minutes and some odd seconds.
Okay. Do you remember? Did it say the exact time you
Yes,
arrived?
we
at the hospital?
arrived at the hospital at 18:26.
Now, the entire time that you were in the back of the ambulance were you all attempting to do resuscitative methods?
Yes.
And what are those, besides the drugs that we've heard about, what are the other means that you attempted to do?
CPR.
And was it you administering or someone else?
We all had during the swap out, we all take turns. You have to swap out every so often.
And do you recall how you administered CPR to the method you used to administer CPR
Yes.
to? And what did you do?
It's one hand, palm of your hand, center of the chest, center of the nipple line, center of the chest, compressed about an inch and a half.
For a 2-year-old child, is it part of the protocol that you've been talking about to use that one hand?
Yes.
Do you recall the coloring of Laila's skin while you were transporting her to the hospital?
Yes.
What was it?
Pale, ashen.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second word.
Ashen.
Ashen. Okay. Now, you at some point did you get to the? Well, at some point you did get to the hospital, right?
Yes.
All right. What did you all do when you got to the hospital?
We got to the hospital. We turned over care to the ER doctor and the ER nurses.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the other parts of her body. Did you notice anything unusual about any of her extremities?
Yes.
And what extremity did you notice something unusual about?
The left arm.
And what did you note that was unusual?
It just didn't look right.
And when you say it didn't
Slightly
look
deformed.
Slightly deformed? I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 34. You see on State's Exhibit 34.
Yes.
And where do you see what you viewed at that time to be slightly deformed on that picture?
Yes.
And if you can take that pointer and kind of show us what you were looking at.
This area right here.
I want to actually go through, this is State's Exhibit 36. Do you see any deformities on the other arm?
No.
Is there anything, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 19. Was there anything about the medical intervention that you all did that night that would have caused anything seen in State's Exhibit 19?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 5. Was there anything about the medical intervention seen in State's Exhibit 5 that would have caused any injury to Laila Daniel?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 27 I'm showing you. Was there anything that you all were doing in the back of the ambulance that would have caused any of the bruising seen in State's Exhibit 27?
No, sir.
And State's Exhibit 48. Was there anything that was being done to resuscitate Laila Daniel that would have caused anything in State's Exhibit 48?
No, sir.
Out of all the bruises that you saw on Laila Daniel, were they all there when you started the resuscitative efforts?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Wrote a statement, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the statement, you didn't say anything about a deformed arm, did you?
If you could hand me my statement, I can find out. I'll read it.
So we'll see if it refreshes my recollection.
No, ma'am, not my statement.
What happened to the towel or the shirt, whatever it was that you were laying the child on? What happened to that?
I can't recall.
Did evidence not pick it up?
I have no clue.
You're not a doctor, correct?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Chase showed you this picture, Exhibit 27, and asked you if anything you did could have caused that. Could that have been caused by somebody administering back blows and having done it too hard?
No, ma'am.
It couldn't have been. Do you know what caused this bruising?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't know what caused this bruising?
I do not.
So you don't know that it wasn't pounding, somebody pounding on her back?
No, I do not know that for sure.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Can you read the rest?
Sir? What part of the body does that appear to be?
Layla's neck.
Do you know how the bruising got on Layla's neck?
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what caused it?
No.
And you don't know whether it was as a result of faulty administration of back blows?
I don't know that for sure.
Thank you.
No. Thank you. Step down. Any objections for this being excused? No. All right, thank you. State will call next witness.
State's going to call Officer Palmer.
Officer Palmer. I'll wait here, please, sir.
Can you please raise your right hand? You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please lower your hand and receive. If you could please state and spell your first and last name.
James Palmer, Palmer.
And your first name.
I'm sorry, James.
And Mr. Palmer, in 2015, were you employed with the Henry County Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what position did you hold in the Henry County Police Department?
I was a patrol officer.
And as a patrol officer, on November the 17th of 2015, did you get a call to the location of 1521 Lincoln Terrace?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you recall what time you received that call?
Second, just look at my report. At 5:48 that evening, or that afternoon.
And is that the time that you arrived at the location or the time you received the call?
That's what time I received the call.
Okay. What time did you arrive at the location?
Hold on here, 1 second. Around 5:54.
And what was the nature of the call that you received?
The sick call.
And when you arrived at that location, what did you observe?
When I first arrived on the scene and I exited my vehicle, I saw a firefighter leaving the house out the front door with a child in his arms going, and he went right into the ambulance with the child.
And what did you do at that point?
I went and met with the mother, Ms. Rosenbaum.
And where was she at that time?
She was inside the house.
Did you observe anyone else inside the home?
No, I did not.
And did you speak with Ms. Rosenbaum?
Yes, I did.
And what did you speak with her about?
The child and what had happened.
And what did she tell you happened?
She told me that the child was choking on a piece of chicken.
And did she tell you what she did in response to that?
Yes, that she had tried the Heimlich maneuver at the kitchen sink but was unsuccessful.
Okay. And did she tell you anything else?
No.
Did she, when you say unsuccessful, did she indicate to you whether or not whatever the child allegedly was choking on came out?
Apparently, I would say no, since the fire department was so eager to get the child to the ambulance and take care of it. And she even, like I said, she did admit that she had called 911 when the child had turned white. But again, she also said to me that she was not very good at it, talking about the Heimlich maneuver.
And did she go into any further detail about not being very good at it?
No.
Did she describe to you in any manner what she had done when she talked about putting the child in the sink and doing the Heimlich?
She did not.
After that conversation, what did you do next?
Went back outside. The paramedics advised me, and at this point too, a sheriff's deputy had also arrived on scene as well with me, and advised us that that they needed somebody to drive the ambulance because both the EMS techs needed to work on the child, and the deputy had volunteered to drive it up to Henry Medical.
Where was the mother when you went outside and had this conversation with the paramedics and the Henry County Sheriff's Deputy?
She was still in the house.
What happened at that point?
Again, like I said, the deputy volunteered to drive the ambulance once they got, they meaning the EMS techs, once they got taken, ready or prepared, they left. Then the Ms. Rosenbaum, after securing the house, also left as well to go up to Henry Medical.
When you say securing the house, did you go inside with her prior to her leaving? Or
No, I waited. I was outside. I'm just saying, to make sure all the doors and everything was locked up, and then she went up to Henry Medical as well.
And what did you do?
I then went back in service.
At some point in time later on that evening, did you get another call to that location?
Yes, ma'am, I did around 6:20. I'm sorry, 6:20 is when I went back in service from there, and then 7:13 that same day I got dispatched back out to the house.
What was the call at that time?
I was asked to go back out to the house and secure it, and meaning basically I sat on the house until CID arrived.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever make entry into the home prior to CID arriving?
No, the house was locked. I couldn't have got in there.
Was there anyone else at the location when you arrived?
No.
Eventually, did anyone arrive?
Yes, CID arrived, and then like I said, Mr. and Ms. Rosenbaum also arrived.
Did anyone go inside the home at that point once CID arrived and the defendants arrived?
Yes, all of us did.
And where did you go?
When you first walk into the house through the front door, if I remember correctly, there's a room that was on the right-hand side, like a living room or sitting room, whatever. And myself and Mr. and Ms. Rosenbaum stayed there, and while CID conducted a search warrant.
Let me ask you, who arrived first, CID or the defendant?
CID.
And at the point that the defendants arrived, were the CID and yourself let in?
Yes.
And who let you guys in?
The parents.
And once you said you went inside the home,
Yes.
where did the Rosenbaums go?
They were in there with me, that same room. Like I said, I basically sat with them while CID did what they needed to do.
During the time you were sitting with them, approximately how long was that?
How long was I with them?
Yes.
Like I said, I got there around 7:13, and I did not leave the scene until 1:46 that morning.
And are you sitting with the Rosenbaums that entire time?
Yes.
And are you having any discussion with them?
We talked about just this and that, nothing important, but we never ever discussed the case at any point. We just, I'm sorry, but kind of just BS'd.
What was their demeanor during this several hours of speaking with them?
They were calm,
Did they ever appear to be upset, emotionally crying, or anything of that nature?
not that I recall.
Nothing further.
You don't have an independent recollection, do you?
I'm sorry?
I said, do you have an independent recollection, or have you read your report in preparation for coming?
I read my report.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you don't remember actually 4 years ago what happened, but you've been refreshed by your report, correct?
Correct.
And so in your report, you said you made contact with Miss Rosenbaum. So you must have gone in the house to make contact with Miss Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Miss Rosenbaum told you the child was choking on a piece of chicken, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She didn't tell you anything about whether the chicken had been expelled or not.
No, she did not.
And Miss Rosenbaum told you that she placed the child at the sink and tried the Heimlich, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after she, after the ambulance left to go to take the child to Henry Piedmont, did you see Miss Rosenbaum leave the house and follow the ambulance to Piedmont Henry?
Yes, ma'am. I was the last one to leave, and everybody was gone when I left.
And she had a little girl with her at that time?
I did not see a little girl.
You didn't see it?
No.
Did you look in the car?
I didn't pay a lot of attention to it, but the only person, as I said before, that I ever saw was Miss Rosenbaum.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, one last question. Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 132. And ask you if you can identify that.
I don't recall this room.
You don't recall the living room, so you didn't go into the living room?
Again, if I remember, I was, like I said, I met her in the kitchen.
Okay.
Again, that's where she showed me, like I said, she talked about the sink and stuff. And that's not the room that we were in when I sat with them.
You sat in a little ante room.
Yeah.
And so you, as you're sitting here today, you're remembering based on what you've written in your report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, that's all I just want to.
Did Ms. Rosenbaum go back inside the home prior to leaving to go to Henry County, Piedmont?
I don't recall her coming out and then turning around and going back in.
So to your recollection, she never came out of the house while you were outside with the paramedics and the sheriff?
No.
Nothing further.
Are you saying with certainty now that she was not at the ambulance door with the child?
I said as best I can remember.
Okay.
Again, I'm only saying what I remember.
And you only remember what you've read in your report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's nothing in your report about whether she was or was not at the ambulance door?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Mr.
All right, thank you.
This-
You can step down. You're excused unless there's an objection.
Nothing to say.
State call sex witness.
State call with Dr. Baloo Manning.
Right here, please. Right through that gate, right there in front, wherever you want.
You want to raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? You can put your hand down. Please state your true and correct name for the record.
I'm sorry?
State your name for the record.
Dr. Balu, Mani.
Okay. And sir, how are you employed?
Can you spell this name?
Sure. Can you spell your name for us?
Last name is Yam, A-N-I. First name B-A-L-U.
And Dr. Mani, what kind of work do you do?
What work I do?
Yes.
I'm a radiologist.
And how long have you been a radiologist?
More than 35 years.
And where did you first get your education in radiology?
In India.
And how long have you been in the United States?
34 years.
And are you also licensed to practice medicine here in the United States?
Yes, sir.
And are you a practicing radiologist?
Yes, sir.
All right. And where is your current practice?
I practice in Riverdale, Upper Riverdale Road, next to Southern Regional Medical Center.
I'm sorry, can you say the last part?
Upper Riverdale Road, next to Southern Regional Medical Center.
Next to Southern Regional Medical Center. Okay, great. And do you sometimes read X-rays for hospitals?
Hospital?
Yes.
I used to be working in a hospital until 2017, so I was in the hospital.
In 2015, where were you working?
Piedmont Henry Hospital.
So Piedmont Henry Hospital? All right. And did you read some X-rays regarding a patient by the name of Laila Daniel?
I don't remember exactly, but I've been shown the X-ray I read by you.
Okay, and the name is actually on there, correct? The name of the patient?
I don't remember the patient name.
Sure. Let me have you look at State's Exhibit 124. It's behind you.
Yeah.
Do you see the patient's name?
Laila Murray Daniel.
Okay. And are you the radiologist who read the X-rays in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so we're kind of looking. What kind of X-rays was it? Let me ask you this: was it the full body?
Well, X-ray the whole body. You're correct.
X-ray the whole body. Okay. So I'll show you State's Exhibit 125. This is just an X-ray of the skull, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. How about 126? Was there also an X-ray done? If we could have the lights just come down. Is this also an X-ray that you read?
Yeah.
And in States 126, did you see anything abnormal in States 126?
I'm unable to see anything abnormal in this X-ray.
Okay. How about States 127? What kind of X-ray is this?
This is the chest lateral view.
Okay. And States 128?
This is the entire spine lateral view.
How about States 131? What kind of X-ray is this?
This is the AP view of the left lower extremity.
The left lower extremity?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about States 132?
This is another view of the left lower extremity.
So the lateral view of the left lower extremity?
Yes, sir.
Great. And these are all, you said this was a full body X-ray, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're reading all of these X-rays, correct? So far, in any of these X-rays, did you find anything abnormal?
Not in this case so far.
Okay. Stage 133, what are we looking at here?
This is the AP view of the pelvis and upper thigh area.
Okay. So that was the AP view you said?
Yeah.
And so that would be anterior, posterior, correct? And if I'm correct, that means it would be shot from, the X-ray machine would be in front of the person and shot back.
From the X-ray in front of you and the film behind you.
Okay. How about Stage 134? What are we looking at here?
This is the view of the right upper extremity.
And is this just another view of the right extremity?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything abnormal in Stage 134?
No, not in this.
All right. What are we looking at in Stage 136?
This is the AP view of the right lower extremity, and there is an older subacute fracture of the proximal tibia.
So you said you see an older fracture of the proximal tibia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll give you the, I don't know if the laser one's here, but I'll give you this pointer. What are we looking at here when you said there's an older fracture of the left or the right proximal tibia?
If you look at here, there is the actual bone here, and this is the new bone, or the bone that's being formed after a fracture has been there. So what happens is when you have a fracture, the covering of the bone leaks blood, and the blood contains cells that can become bone. So these are new bones that are being formed to make the bridge the gap between the broken bone to join together.
Okay. And does this bone look like it is healing?
Yes, sir.
It's healing? It is healing?
Oh, it's healing, yeah.
Okay.
It has been there for at least a few weeks.
At least a few weeks?
Yeah.
Great. And is this Stage 137? Is this just another view of that same extremity?
It's hard to see, but you can see the new bone formation slightly behind the proximal tibia.
I want to go ahead and show you Stage 130. What are we looking at in Stage 130?
This is the AP view of the left upper extremity, and there is a fracture of them. This is called ulna, this is called radius. There's a mid-ulnar fracture. If you look carefully, there are fuzzy areas around the fracture, basically meaning there is healing that's happening.
And from that, when can you start to see healing on an X-ray? About how long until you?
Initially, after the fracture, you develop blood pool there, and the blood pool, there are cells that are supposed to form new bones to bridge the bone. So this should be at least 2 weeks, 1 week to 2 weeks old to have this kind of fracture. The bone, even though the cells are there, the cell to become a bone, it takes at least 1 to 2 weeks. So this is at least 2 weeks old fracture.
Okay, at least 2 weeks old. How about at the other end? Can you give an approximation as to it probably is no more than X number of weeks.
Like within 1 to 3 weeks age.
So this bone is this break is approximately 1 to 3 weeks age.
Sorry?
This break is approximately 1 to 3 weeks
Correct.
old. Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And is it stage 129? Are we looking at the same extremity?
It's the same fracture looking at in an opposite angle, and you can see the same thing. You can see the first newborn around it, and the fracture line right there.
Have you ever heard the term non-union fracture?
Non-union fracture happens after a long time. The fracture, when they are not really splintered well, and the fractured bones keep rubbing on each other, then they become sclerotic, and the bridging callus is broken many times, and they do not look like joining, so they'll have a sclerotic margin. This area where I see the fracture line will become white. So this is not a non-union, this is still a fracture in the healing process.
So this is not a non-union fracture, correct?
Based on my opinion, it's not a non-union.
Okay. And do non-union fractures look anything like that? Do non-union fractures look like that on X-ray?
No, non-union fracture will have more sclerotic appearing fracture lines.
And have in all the years that you've been a radiologist, have you ever seen a non-union fracture in a 2-year-old patient?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mani, do you, you talked about the 2 arms, correct?
I'm sorry?
You talked about the 2 arms.
2 arms?
Yes. You talked about the broken arm.
Broken bone, yeah.
Yes. And do you recall having written an impression of that arm? Did you write an impression?
I'm sure I write impression on my report, yes.
Okay. If I may ask you this, do you recall saying that this was a non-union, a fracture and non-union of the midshaft of the left ulna?
Non-union basically means it has not been splintered.
So it was a non-union fracture?
It's a fracture in healing phase without a splint in place.
And isn't it true that you wrote that evidence of subacute fracture and non-union of the midshaft of the left radius and right proximal tibia? Isn't that what you wrote?
Okay. Non-union basically means it is not splintered to become a close opposition, so they unite faster.
Do you recall having called it a non-union fracture and non-union of the midshaft?
It's possible.
It's possible. Would it help you to refresh your recollection to look at that?
I can show you the report, yeah.
Do you have a paper copy?
I don't, Your Honor. I could make a paper copy.
Well, we're going to need a paper copy.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have about 5 minutes and...
Okay. Let me get a sense for how much longer we have with this witness. Not much. If the parties will agree that what's on the screen is something that he can view, in other words, that's authentically the document that we produced and made part of the record, then I don't have a problem with this procedure so long as when through the court today, there's an agreement and stipulation to supplement the record of this piece of paper. Is there any objection to proceeding like that? No. All right, let's go ahead.
Let me show you a copy of the medical report and see if your impression is that's a non-union of the midshaft.
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. Is that exhibit being marked to make part of the record?
I could, Your Honor.
Let's wait until that's done.
Defense exhibit 133.
Any objection? 133 submitted. D133. Redirect.
Dr. Money, let's talk a little bit more about what did you mean in your report when you wrote non-union? Can you explain that to us?
The fracture bone is not opposed to each other. They are separated by a few millimeters.
So essentially, if I'm correct, the bone is not one piece.
Not opposed to each other.
Okay. So is what you wrote in here different than the term non-union fracture?
Correct.
And why is that different? Tell us.
Non-union fractures are old, very old fractures that they are completed healing, but they are not really joined together. So basically they form a pseudo joint between the fractured bone. That is fracture non-union. This is maybe the term was not used correctly. This is a term used to tell that the fracture lines are not opposed to each other, meaning that they are potentially may go into non-union if you don't put them together closely.
Do you see that callus formation that you talked about on the x-ray in a non-union fracture?
Non-union fractures are old fractures. There are a lot of callus and they'll have sclerotic appearing broken areas. Non-union fracture is different from what I meant in the report was to basically say they're not opposed to each other. They're not being splintered appropriately.
So I guess my question, so let's break down. So when you say non-union, you mean that they are not perfectly lined up to each other? Is that correct?
Non-union means the bone is not going to join to each other because there has been a gap between them forming a pseudo-joint space, basically meaning that they will not ever be one unit.
Is that what you see in this x-ray?
No, this is a healing fracture with the opposing surfaces of the fracture line not being splintered appropriately.
Okay. So in this particular x-ray, how old do you, from what you can tell, how old is this fracture?
The fracture must be at least 1 to 2 weeks old and probably not more than 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay. So the term that you used in this,
subacute fracture.
Yes, the term you used in 133, the non-union, that is different from the term non-union fracture, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, doctor. You can step down. Any objections, doctor?
Not to say.
Okay.
All right, you guys, that is it. All right, so thank you to the, let's see, what do we got here? Thanks to Salty, Kami, Mama She 13, Daphne, Alley Cat, Plato, Paulette Leonard, and Deborah Blum Rogers. And thanks, Plato, for the PayPal. But definitely got a strike today, so you know if we have a couple more of these in a row, I'll just do something else. I mean, it's literally, you know, having to monitor and babysit for 4 hours and put the stream together the night before, usually up till about 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it's got to be worth it. So, anyways, thank you guys for being here. Hope you guys are at least enjoying the trial. I mean, it's kind of a sad case, but I mean, at least it's, you know, mildly interesting with all the different witnesses and everything like that. So, all right, everybody, thank you very much. We'll see you guys later, and be safe out there.
Drama! Huh? It's the house!
Mr. Martinez, are you angry at me? 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 Mr. Martinez.